Welcome everyone to July 2023 Accelerated Meta Test, the monthly null signal circuit opener. Let's let's get right into it, right? First of all, let's talk to our commentators for the evening, for the morning. It's morning for me, maybe evening for you. Let's just pull up. Hang on. Do I have? Oh, 1 second here. Aksu, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself while I'm fixing something in the background here? Nothing but professional has been here from me. We understand that now. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Please restart now that you're unmuted.
All right, so hey, I'm Aksu, and I've been playing Netrunner for about a year, and recently got into content creation. That's why I got this great microphone that makes my voice probably a bit better. And I've played in the I think all of the AMTs, so it's going to be interesting to be on this side of the screen at one like this time.
Yeah, welcome. Glad to have you. Mr. Sticks, real quick.
Hey, I'm Mr. Sticks, or just Sticks, he, him. I've been playing Netrunner, kind of off and on casually since probably about Lunar Cycle, but just in the last year or so, I've gotten interested in the game competitively. So let's see what we get with one of the last major events of this meta.
Absolutely. And sorry, Thrantar, how's it going?
All right, thanks. I'm Threntar, he, him. I started playing Netrunner seriously around the launch of Parhelion, although I've been aware of it and following it since Midnight Sun or so.
All right. Well, let me just go ahead and pull up the pairings here for round one. I am running a little bit behind, so let's just whoop.
So tracking, it looks like they're pausing for right now.
Yeah, I think the lag was too severe, so they just are waiting for a second.
All right. Well, that gives us a chance to talk about the decks, the players that are playing today. Speaking of which, we have 23 registered players. That means 2 invites to the Circuit Breaker Invitational. And once I exit out of this and yoink this back. All right, so we have registered here Hoshiko. We have Hoshiko.
We have a lot of Hoshiko.
Yes, a very top-heavy runner field.
One interesting thing in like the amount of runner is that the ESO has been falling quite badly in the numbers. I think at some point it was like a third of the Hoshiko decks were ESO decks, but now ESO has like fallen completely off the map basically.
Yes, slightly earlier in this meta we were kind of seeing Hoshiko and ESO almost being neck and neck as the two runner decks to beat, but it seems like the sheer value of Hoshiko is just too tempting of a prospect for many people.
I actually think in some ways Ace is a lot easier to tech against. Like, if someone shows up with Hoshiko, you've got no clue what they're doing. They're just running cards, and they're going to draw them, whatever they are.
Yeah, I think we had been seeing this change to people playing more Asmari, if instead, like for example, to beat ESO decks. So people just stop playing ESO because Asmari is like the most played corp faction right now.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised to see some of these factions being run on the corp side. Honestly, shoutouts by the way to the one person playing Lut here. Shapers represent. as well the three criminals. I see you. I see everybody here, even the Hoshiko players. Anyway, let's check into some pairings. We should probably decide what we want to watch here.
I think seeing the one lat game could be interesting.
Just starting off strong here. All right. So let me pop this screen down here, and let's see if table 6 is all right. Whoop. With us streaming. Y'all can feel free to I'm just running some chat here in the background.
Yep. So I think have the tournament pair like round started yet? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they're currently on pause while they're trying to fix some JNet issues.
Okay.
Yeah, they might be restarting the servers right now.
We can talk some about the corp side. So obviously the runner side is completely dominated by Anarch right now, with 19 of the 23 players on some flavor of Anarch, the vast majority on Hoshiko. Because as it turns out, drawing cards is really good.
Yeah, and on the corp side, there has been this like evolution on which corp deck people like want to play. At some points in the ANTs, we saw huge amounts of Agin Fusion, for example, and before that, we saw like the reign of Outfit on the tournament scene.
It looks like today NBN is leading the charge with 5 different NBN identities represented and a total of 9 decks, which is a pretty good share, honestly. Looks like we've got some Asmari, we've got some Acme Glacier, and then we've got some more offbeat things like Spark.
I think the Spark might be results of like Bridgman winning the one Swedish tournament with it, and it's being deck list of the week at one point.
Yeah, I suspect Spark's the deck list of the week. Although there is one player that I see online on Jadeki that for a while that just played Mono Spark. I personally have a sweet spot for Prov. I play Prov Big Beal, but I'm not sure that's the angle we're going to see here.
Yeah, I think there is two like typical lines of playing Pravdavost. It's basically like the big deal, not the big Beal deck or like yellow shell game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can do Yellow Shell game with like Cheka Scions and Clearinghouse or something.
Yeah, like beefing into a three advancement Ultrika counter can't be really fun for the runner at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have seen some evolution over the course of this meta, but it does feel like it has kind of coalesced at this point. Like we were saying earlier about how Asmari came to prominence in response to the ESSA decks gaining popularity. And similarly, a lot of the big Hoshikos kind of arose out of the PE matchups that with King's right up for his maybe the version that started it all, just saying that he never wants to lose to PE.
An admirable gold, I have to say.
So I do think while that's true, I think Big Hoshiko is just kind of good in general. Because I've seen like a bunch of games of the 45 card Hoshiko where I play Prof Big BL as my main deck, and I've had Hoshiko games against 45 card Hoshiko where they get to the bottom of their deck on like turn 10. And then there's another 10 turns in the game where they just lose a credit every turn. And that's not great.
Yes, having access to moshing steel skin really allows them to burn through their deck very quickly.
Mhm. And
Yeah.
and the flip passive feels miserable if you don't have a card to draw with it.
Yeah, just your idea building ability being -1 with credit for every turn is not optimal. But like with the big Hoshiko being the deck right now to beat, I think like most people have gone for like faster decks to try to increase the like consistency problems of the big Hoshiko deck. For example, deck like Outfit can push out agenda so fast, so the runner doesn't really have time to draw into all of their answers.
Mhm.
Yes, against, those kind of big decks, you would hope that being able to go fast enough before they can find uh, their answers would be play against that. But with just the sheer amount of draw, it's almost a coin flip.
So the other thing it does is the big lists like do have more inconsistent econ, which is something Asmari and like HHN in general are really pressuring. Because like 3 fermenters and liberateds in 60 is much less reliable than 3 and 45.
Yeah, so you might end up drawing just your econ options, so you cannot really break into the servers, or you just end up drawing all your breakers and everything that lets you into the servers, but no econ to back it up.
Mm-hmm. So I think there's been some trend more towards pressuring on econ.
Yeah,
We also have. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, that's like econ pressure is like both Outfit and Ansmari both do that really well in the current meta with the econ warfares and everything with that
Mhm.
comes with that support.
Econ Warfare, HHN.
Yeah, the whole package.
Mhm.
Like that's one of the most important rotations I think for the next set. If we want to talk about that.
Yes, coming up with the release of the Automata initiative at the end of this month, which is going to trigger a rotation of Flashpoint and Data and Destiny. In Standard, we are losing a lot of game-defining cards.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one when Automata Initiative comes in and pushes those cards out. Real quick, I just want to thank everyone in the chat here for tuning in, being patient. Current status, we're trying to get the servers restarted. We are currently waiting for another roughly 10 minutes, about half past the hour, to see if we get a response. If not, we'll move forward. But yeah, and I appreciate Jai, who was a commentator on previously with me. Thanks very much for the support, as well as Seawaltz. Everybody here, I appreciate you. Thanks very much. Also,
Yeah,
shout out to the judges, Space Kitten and Cror, and I think is there one more right now? Oh, this is embarrassing. I should have prepared. Please continue while I look this up.
yeah,
Looks like Laria.
Lorea.
is-
Cool. My apologies, Lorea. I'll put you first next time.
yeah, and I'd like also to mention Gisegrin, who has been setting this up every month. Like there would not be this consistent competition that people from all around the world can get without these going on every month.
Don't sorry, remiss to shout outs to Not Yeti, who was here last month. I did not forget you. Also hyping up Aksu, so we love to see it. All right. Well, while we're waiting here, let's why don't we talk a little bit about rotation? What is the most impactful thing? What stands out to you as the card that's going to be leaving at the end of this month?
I think the card that most people are going to be happy about leaving is Stock Buyback. The card that has been like controlling some of the meta decks right now that is absolutely miserable to play against.
Stock buyback, interesting.
Yes,
Definitely.
it gives a
The news team, fake points, Nightmare Archives. Just feed them 6 fake points that all lose them points, and then play stock buyback for 18.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. I went to the Cleveland CO and played stock buyback tool. And went 8 out of 8 with no wins. But apparently, better players than I have made it a problem, and I respect y'all for it. Yeah.
Yes, we're seeing it a bit out of sports metal with certain variants of sports metal using a core damage ontological dependence package, and stock buyback slots nicely in there for a nice burst of money. I'm, personally, I might be happy to see the back of it, but I did enjoy the Arella fast break combos with it.
Yeah, it's also a big part of this like grinder Jinteki decks that want just to feed you smaller changes constantly and use that as their econ option to get all of the eyes going.
Yes, economy historically not the strongest out of PE decks, but when you're, constantly chipping away, getting a nice big economic rebate for it, helps shore up that hole.
PSP has been sort of notorious in the past for just being a pretty broke deck.
Yeah, like I think at some point in this current meta, people were really like favoring PE, and that's like that has been curbed a bit by the like amount of big Hoshiko running around.
Mm-hmm. So I know for me, at least when it comes to rotation, I think the most impactful things are the bin breakers.
Yeah, that's one of the like bigger things for runner side, like as a whole. Like every deck is basically importing Paperclip as their barrier breaker right now. So it's going to be interesting to see in which way every like runner deck goes after the rotation. Are like criminals and shapers going to import worse breakers like Corroder or Cleaver, for example?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, paperclips basically defined the power level of Fractors for the past 5 years.
Yeah, like it's not just that it installs for free from your heap when you need it. It's that it's also just
It'll be interesting to
really
see
efficient.
whether or not these kinds of Hoshiko lists are as tenable without bin breakers.
Yeah, I have been
When you
thinking
can
about
use
this.
0 and not worry about hitting your breakers, you can moshing them away for value. But we'll see if that has any curbing effect on the Hoshiko decks.
Yeah, I think it's going to have a much bigger effect on ESO, for example, that really needs to have the cards in hand that they can like throw away all the time to core damage.
Of course, there is one card that'll be really sad with the rotation of the bin breakers, and that is, of course, everyone's favorite console Patchwork.
I have been trying so hard to make Patchwork work, but competing with Keiko and Mo is just so hard.
Mhm.
Nothing beats at the feeling of pitching out a Steelskin scarring with a paper Patchwork.
Patchwork, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a build your own moshing.
Basically, yeah. And getting all of your breakers in the bin, it's really nice, but I think it's going to be interesting to see if like pieces like Paladin Poemu will get banned out over time to see if Keiko engine can hold like be a real thing with stuff like Trickster Taka and Miami.
I sort of want a new stealth breaker for us to actually use the stealth tag on Trickster Taka. Because Trickster stealth. Give me my Adarcs with, I don't know, After Image.
Yeah, and in the rotation, like Smoke is leaving also, so like it's interesting to see where like stealth goes as well. Is there going to be new stealth support cards to make it playable, or will it like just end up being this thing that used to exist at one point?
Yeah, the more popular stealth breakers recently have been the ones that were out of Ashes, Penrose, and After Image, and then importing Paperclip because Paperclip's too good not to import. But even then, some of the more recent smoke decks have been on only After Image and then using a Turbine Cleaver Buzzsaw suite for the rest of their breakers, where they only run, maybe one source of stealth outside of Smoke herself.
Yeah, I think that has been the like way stealth is going, but there hasn't been like a big amount of stealth being played, so it's hard to see the evolution like in real time.
Yes, it's a sad time for shapers at the moment, much to Jeff's chagrin, I'm sure.
Getting all of the good cards banned by Anarchs can't feel really good as a shaper enjoyer. I think the tables were repaired and should be getting up right now.
Yep. Just gonna go ahead and get permission on this game here.
Which game are you thinking
I'm
about
on.
looking at?
I am on table 4 because we wanted to give the shaper some love.
Yeah, that also is Bridgman who is playing the Spark deck as well.
Ooh, that'll
This
make
should
up for the
be
fact that he's playing
interesting.
Hoshiko. I can't make any. I'll make jokes, but like 16 out of 23, like I still respect y'all. All right. Let us see here. Okay, we have 5 minutes until the round starts.
Also, for anybody watching, Bridgman is also streaming his games. So if you want to see like high-level gameplay, it's good to check those out as a VOD or something.
Oh no, hang on. Okay. If Bridgman's streaming, maybe we can come back to
Yeah,
Shaper Town.
that's also decent idea. So if we're thinking about switching tables, I think there there might be an interesting table on table 10 where there's Pravdavost and NBN CTM.
Yeah, we'll see some of the less popular identities.
Yeah, that could be nice.
I certainly want to check out a game from this net deck at some point today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be apparent on like top tables at the end of the Swiss rounds that Hoshiko is going to be a bit high on there.
It would be a statistical anomaly otherwise. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Did we have a table that we're looking at?
I think table 10 might be
Table
interesting.
10. Let's see here.
And this being also an interesting matchup in that this might be Tag Me Zaya.
Oh, Scarius.
Okay,
He's
Tag Me Zaya
another-
versus CTM sounds like a matchup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be coming down on how fast can the Corp player draw their tag punishment and where the agendas will end up.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Scarius is another Australian player, and he often plays some slightly more offbeat decks. So let's see what he's got for us today.
Oh, that might mean that it actually could not be like Tag Me Zaya, because Zaya as an ID ability also is a decent one.
All right, just waiting out the last minute here before we start up officially. And yes, just to answer, this is round 1 that we're heading into. We are on table 10. I am going to assume Scarius versus Wow Warlock. Wow Warlock. Wow Warlock. He's got a Shy Guy avatar, and I'm sorry, I have to do this. Shout out to Shy Guy.
That's actually a really good one.
I love a Shy Guy. Perfect character design. You can't top it.
Shy Guy Runner ID win.
Which runner ID is the shyest guy?
I think like all of the runner IDs are a bit bombastic. It takes something to be a runner in the Netrunner world.
My gut response is like flat, maybe.
Oh, I just it's
He
probably
seems
the
a bit
mask, huh?
unassuming. Oh, possibly.
All right, let me pull back the curtain here because we are starting up on round 1.
Here's a curveball. It's Bzzzt, the draft ID, because we've never seen him.
Yeah, you might be onto something there.
that could work.
All right, we've got some. Okay.
3 installs on turn 1, and Zacharias going down on credits instantly, installing cards and running.
So I mean, you get 2 credits rebate from this
Seeing
round, right? From Zaya
seeing a
plus
spin
Sawgrass.
doctor and a market forces.
And then you get 1 more credit back from the Penny Shaver.
I think this might like signal that Zacharias is on like Tag Me Zaya, because if you're not and you're playing this hard into HHN, that might like be a big mistake.
Tag me with Penny Shaver though.
I
Oh,
don't
that-
think Zaya's on Tag Me. I think they're
Oh
just
yeah, I forgot that Penny Shaver is actually a saber, like a console.
yeah.
But not getting punished with the HHN just now.
Seeing double market forces out of HQ. Going very low, bringing down that bladderwort.
And yeah,
It's another
he's
Butterworth.
clearing the tag, so
I mean, with 2 market forces in hand,
this looks like a really tough opening for Sicarius.
Yes, we'll see if he's running any kind of Mistbones or other kind of asset tech, but taking down 2 bladderworts now. Those are very annoying to deal with, but at 0 credits, HHN is threatening at any second. Digging 4 deep with a Rashida.
although NBN is still somewhat broke. Like 6 credits is not a lot. It's more than the rudder, certainly. The rudder's completely broke.
Yeah, and if the runner even tries to go tag me, they're losing all of their credits a couple of times.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna see the classic Drago turn here. Credit, clear tag.
This time it actually ends up costing the corporation something.
How do we feel about these just HQ runs? We've got the Penny Shaver, we've got the Docklands, we're getting 2 credits from Zaya.
I think in the situation that you're in right now, you just have to win somehow. So like getting the HQ access actually like can result in something. That's like your only win condition right now, I think.
If only they had 1 more credit, that they could run Archives in APOC.
APOC criminal would be wild.
Look, controlling the message only triggers the first time they trash a card, so the key is to just trash as many cards in 1 turn as possible.
Yes, against CTM, you want to try and keep down their early asset spam, but haven't really had the economy on the runner side to be able to enable that.
Mm-hmm.
With HQ iced up.
Losing the
could have
liberated
been-
account is rough here.
Yeah, that's big.
Like you don't have credits right now, but when you are set up on the credits, I think liberated account is the thing that digs you out of this economy hole that you're in right now.
So we did
Go
see
free
an
lunch.
Enigma in the corpse hand on one of the previous HQ runs. Do we think that's on HQ now? Do we think it's the R&D ice? Where do we think the ice is?
I think as a runner, I would expect it to be the Enigma.
On HQ?
Yeah, with HQ
on
iced
HQ.
up, they can't scout out the boom, which could have been trying to keep that HQ pressure so that even if that HHN lands, it's not immediately lethal.
I mean, I think they just want to hit HQ every turn because there's Zaya with the Docklands pass. It's just a 2 credit click, plus 1 on the Penny Shaver,
Yeah, clicking
plus
for
2
free.
access.
And even here,
And
it's like
and Bologna.
We've
yeah,
got
like
a Bologna
with the
in the
spin, it's
bin.
actually protecting the Bologna, so no threat there.
And now this could have forced the
This
spin.
will force the spin, yep.
There a spin and Bologna? Yeah, spin and Bologna. I'm not sure that there was any need to pop the no free lunch and go that fast there.
Yeah, with the spin doctor on the table, you're
With
not
the spin doctor on
actually.
the table.
Yeah, the spin doctor makes it so you cannot actually steal that. So keeping the no free lunch on the table as a like last ditch thing to save you might have been more valuable there.
Especially against CTM, which is going to have like native tag synergies that they're playing.
Yeah, and No Free Lunch also interacts kind of nicely with Econ Warfare and HHN because you can pop it like after the Econ Warfare to change up the maths for HHN.
Running, taking down the daily business show. Turns off CTM for the rest of the turn. They're going to run and check the rest of the table.
Getting one run in and floating the tag. Oh, they had a click left for tag, but going back down to 0 credits.
Crashing a sand there. Big tempo hit. Another No Free Lunch coming down.
So I certainly like the court position better here.
Yeah, you're 17 credits up on the runner with an economic warfare deck, so cannot really be hurting right now.
Sees Amani Sinai on the table and another Regalith.
So I mean, they're 17 credits up, but they haven't. Like they've currently got 6 face down cards. There's the air
Scores an
enhanced.
Aries off the table. It's going to be very painful.
Yeah, trying to keep the table clear now from like economic assets is going to be much harder with the Horizon table.
So I haven't seen a single breaker out of Scarius yet.
Yes, did lose a mutual favor to Ladder Wart damage, but haven't seen anything since then.
And actually going to trash the Amani Sinai off the table.
Honestly, I just want I want to see them at least run HQ, force the res, drain some of the corpse credits.
Interesting that Amani was on the table when that Aries got scored, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think not resing that might have been like a misplay on the corporation side. Easy to miss those like small things with the amount of like assets that you have on the table.
Yeah, Trace 3 to bounce the Penny Shaver or the Zenit chip would have been, frankly, quite rude.
So I think at this point, I'm not sure Scarius ever trashes another card.
You either trash those and go full tag me, or you cannot like, trash anything at all anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's no way you're clearing back down with.
Yeah, getting 3 tags from every trash on the table is not optimal.
Mm-hmm. I mean, honestly, like the Corp has 17 creds, but the Corp also has 4 unresed ice. Like I want to see an HQ run here, force them to res whatever it is.
If you think about what it can be, it might be like the Enigma. So
yeah,
like resing that is not going to hurt the corporation's bank, but forcing
Sees
like
2
multiple
market
resets.
forces again.
Sure, but like resing the Enigma, like there's no face check on Enigma. You lose what, a click?
Yeah, just a click basically, but like the corporation has so much money that resing one Enigma, I don't think like is going to falter that too badly.
I'm not a big fan of those inside jobs. I'm not sure. Like, what did a single access on R&D accomplish here?
Yeah, I think they
Yes, in
might
that
be just looking out
situation.
for an out right now, just trying to find something like a degree mill or any agendas from top of R&D. Because getting into server 11 is really tough for them, and
Yeah, and the Corp's never going to res the ice in that situation. So you're basically
And there's the
losing
Enigma.
the
There's
money
Enigma.
for minimal benefit.
So I think we're going to see the corpse advance Bologna on their next
Yeah,
turn.
that would make sense to be up alone on the table. It's either that or it's an NGO front that the corporation is trying to bluff with.
Mhm.
What looks like the Bologna. Yeah.
Looks
Bologna.
like that's going to be the game.
No, it's a Beal. Over advanced
Oh,
Beal.
big Beal.
Ah, big Beal.
No, that's a medium
The
Beal. That's
medium
not a...
Beal.
Medium, small to
It's
medium
a-
size Beal.
It's a venti Beal. Yes, pretty rough matchup there for what ultimately seemed to be a kind of a Regzire list. Probably wishing they had that 419 value right now.
Yeah, the link is great against like CTM decks.
I do
And
think
just
Rigzaya is worse than 419, but I do think Rigzaya is very playable.
yeah, it comes down to like, are you a player that tries to optimize everything out of the game and just plays like the top decks, or do you want to play something different? And a 45 card Hoshiko deck right now,
All right.
not the dreaded 61.
Sorry, just real quick. We have game 2 of table 10 up. Let me pull back the curtain here and let's get going. We have Hoshiko versus Pravdivas Consulting. First time each turn the runner makes a successful run, you may place one advancement counter on an installed card. You can advance. Take it away, folks.
So as we talked about earlier, there are sort of two different directions I see people going with Prov. Personally, I like the big Beal approach, where you're going to just stick your counters on things and then Biotic, RPC, your Beal, and score out your 7-point Beal. But there's also a sort of shell game line where you have Trekkus Scions, and you've got like Trick of Light for some fast advance.
Yeah, so like
Let's see
person
what
who has
we've got
been playing more of that
here.
RPC style of deck, how have you been feeling about like playing against Hoshiko, for example?
Honestly, pretty fun to play against, especially because like Hoshiko wants to
So it
get
looks like that wasn't a
for one run a
Rashida.
turn.
We are not trying to tempo out an early agenda. So what do we think is on the board right now?
Not
So
sure.
So whatever it is, we know that it's used raindrops.
It was worth committing into a Wildcat Strike. That's not something you always see out of Hoshiko.
Yeah, typically like Hoshiko has enough better economy cards, so that just ends up being on the like binder.
So hear me out. They've got Wildcat Strike. We've seen 2 deuces. Do we think this is a prepaid Hoshiko list?
I wouldn't I wouldn't guess that or like bet on it being that, but it could be that, of course.
Yeah, we've got Paperclip and Blorchestra in the bin now. Oh, it was a Spin Doctor. Interesting.
Interesting dressing the ping protecting the Spin Doctor. Maybe trying to bait out an pinhole threading or something on the first turn.
Raindrops in
Raindrops is
queue.
such a good card.
Yeah, it ended up being like my personal favorite out of like all of Borealis.
Hmm.
It just incentivizes this like really aggressive gameplay.
So what do you think about this funhouse? We've now seen a ping and a funhouse out of Prov.
Yeah, and also seeing like economic cards like non-equivalent exchange might mean that this is like a bit more
Well, this is an RPC list. We see a Red Planet
Yep,
Couriers
see the
in
RPC
HQ.
from HQ.
no more need to guess about that. But there's nothing to advance on the table right now, so missing the value off of their ID ability.
Mhm. So I will say Prov can use unprotected assets a little bit more easily than some other IDs, because you can just sort of throw them out, and then if they get trashed, you get an advancement counter. But that does require you to have a thing to put the advancement counter on.
Yes, exactly.
And it only really protects one thing at a time because it's the first time each turn. It's like CTM, where if they just go in and trash and touch 3 or 4 things, well, you get one advancement counter.
Install advance on the table.
I mean, it could be an NGO. I don't like. I guess it wastes a click if they want to go check it.
Yeah, I think like NGO is the one thing that makes sense here. But you always can like try bluffing out a 3-5 agenda on the table with NGO, like NGO being so prevalent in the card game meta.
Okay, so Arena at
well,
this
it's
point is
probably not an NGO, unless this
we're
is
now.
insane bluff.
It might also be like a mixture between a Red Planet Carriers deck and a Shell game deck with a couple of traps and a RPC as like a way out of the game.
No. What I'm seeing is we're winning with RPC Clearinghouse.
That would be interesting. I was just considering this could potentially be a trap that's effectively just a advancement counter battery, protects itself.
Yep.
And stores your advancement counters for your RPC turn.
But like if this is Clearinghouse here, Toshiko could just lose.
Oh, Snipes a crypto crash out of HQ.
What if there
Okay,
were
so
a
this is not one
card
of Archives.
that could destroy all of the corpse cards?
Or APOC. Yeah, I look at APOC here. I'm seeing APOC over Deep Dive. But,
yeah, with that when that
yeah.
overclock went in the bin, I was beginning to suspect that.
Yeah, there goes your like RPC game plan.
Yeah, as a fan of Red Planet Couriers, APOC Hoshiko really does put a damper on the whole having permanent installed things over a long period of time.
Mhm.
And this is why.
And the Stargate coming down now, only 2 credits on Scarius' side to res whatever this is.
Yeah, just has to let the runner through there.
He's a Beal, a hedge fund, and a ubiquitous VIG.
I think you have 2 lines here, basically like trashing the Beal and just waiting it out, or like this trash a hedge fund and go
Yeah,
back to get
running
the
back.
Beal.
With
Yeah,
no
run back to the
res.
Beal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, that works.
No, it didn't.
But they traded up.
That did not work. Now they know there's a Beal in HQ.
Yeah, I think you need to get rid of the Beal fast, so overdrawing here might be the play.
Doesn't see that line, or
I don't think that's
potentially has something else in mind.
I don't think that's a great line. Like I think you need real money to res your R&D ice, and like you need to be doing something proactive to get you there,
Mm.
and not overdraw, discard, shuffle back in, and like shuffle back isn't even good because the pressure's on R&D. Like there's more pressure on
Messing
R&D
up
with
the
Stargate.
Spin Doctor.
Is there ever a world in which we just like spin back in a Spin Doctor and a Funhouse? I don't even like the Funhouse, honestly.
Yeah, I think you much prefer to have Econ at this point.
Yeah, probably a hedge, or we don't know what that base down is.
So I don't know how many ice they're running.
I would guess like the typical
Presumably,
15 or something like that.
yeah, presumably, yeah, 13 to 15. You want some advanceables.
They also, so I mean, what have we seen in terms of advanceables? We've seen.
I don't think we have
We've
seen
seen
any
a
yet.
card that got blown up.
So I would guess that there's going to be
Pops the spin.
cards like Ahket and Mesne Chestwo on the corporation side somewhere.
Shuffle back the spin and the unseen, which yeah, I'm raising a new spin, freeing up server 4.
You know, we saw one ubiquitous fig, which is advanceable, but
Trying to get the Econ here with just like running and playing events and getting the Hoshiko flip at the end.
Dirty laundry into archives, getting a bit of information on what's in server 4. You know it's an advanceable now.
yeah. I guess Spencer a little bit awkward improv. Like you still play them; they're still great, but if you blow them up, the runner does not, in fact, make a successful run if you blow up a spin in an empty server.
Mm.
So you don't get your counter. So it's sort of nice to stick them behind a like cheap piece of ice.
Yeah, force the runner to actually clear them out somehow, not just like run it once and then get the Stargate value after that.
Well, no, I'm saying for like spins and NGOs, it's nice to put them behind one ice so the server doesn't stop existing, and the runner makes a successful run.
Yeah, that's a good like benefit as well on that line. But there's also has been a cerebral overwriter revealed, so there are traps in this
Running
deck
back
as well.
to trash it. Bravado into HQ, where that Beal may still be hiding.
And just
There we
sniping
go.
it.
Well, there was one Beal there. We don't know if there was also any Beals on the board.
Yes, it could potentially have
There could be a
gone into
Beal in
server
server
4 there
4.
through a new Beal.
Or even server 6 if they wanted to live dangerously.
Mm.
Oh, no, we get a resol. We see what was on the board. It's a ubiquitous Vig in server 4 and a Urtica Cipher out in the open.
So looks like there are still some games going on.
I mean, these were both
Yes, how long
pretty quick.
do we have left in the round at this point?
We should have the
Something
better
like
part of
30
half an hour
minutes.
at least, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
both
probably
of those
find
games were
another
reasonably
game
fast,
to
I think.
Yep, 40
jump
minutes.
into
So
then.
let's see who would be looking through these games here.
I think not again, and Camilla might have like ended their game just now, so they could be starting a new one.
Okay, we'll
But
keep an eye out there.
not sure if that's the second or first game. So looks like it might have been the second one already.
Okay. Let's check in here at. I'm gonna peep at table 6.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Acme is still going.
Acme? Well, let's check in at Acme. Acme's going. Oh, my apologies, though. Zoo, XOU. I jumped the gun. But thanks for allowing us the ability to stream here. That's a daily quest and 2 advanceable upgrades right there.
One of the three.
This
I
is
would
a hell of a
accept-
board state.
Yeah, I would expect those to be biovolts, but there's a couple of
Yes,
other
almost
advanceable
definitely.
agendas or advanceable upgrades.
I'd expect. Yeah, I'd expect Biovolts with the end of the run.
Yeah, having 2 lines out, the possibility of those being Bloody Visitors grids and Defense Construct is such a bad card that nobody plays it.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
It could be one Vladimir grid and one Biovault, but I think it's just Biovaults.
Yeah, I think odds are on Biovolts. Overwriting the daily quest.
Yeah, looking
to
like they're
score
setting
here.
up the final score.
Yeah, it's
Going
looking like
through
they're on 3 Balonas, 3 send messages, and the remainders are post truths, or 15 minutes. So they've got their 4, now they just need to go S3.
Yeah, going through the server here 3 times looks like an impossible task.
Yeah, one pinhole's already out in the bin. So unless they're holding both of them right now.
I'm not sure they can get through the Hydra 3 times, let alone the other ice.
Oh, there's one pinhole on archives.
Yeah, being forced to pinhole on the archives with server 6 might being like NGO front.
True, true.
I mean, is there a room where you just run server 6 first click?
Magnet slurps up that Botulus off the unresed ice. Probably not a huge loss at this point.
Yeah, it just means that you have to spend the credits to install like other things as well, and maybe break the IP block. Oh yeah, with like Magnet is actually a bit broken on JNet. It does not calculate the Botulus's MU.
Interesting.
So they should need to trash that Botulus,
Well,
I
yes, they
believe.
need to trash it. It loses all abilities, which is the text in its box. But it does still have its
Yep.
properties, such as its MU.
Yeah, and it still counts as a virus and has the virus tokens on it. For example, Freedom can still spend those as things to trash cards with.
Popping the NGO. Unlikely to be the target, but just being on the safe side.
Yeah, finds one of the bio vaults. So.
But I still don't see how you get through Hydra.
Yes, it's another 8 to get back into 9 to Pinhole Archives again and trash another bio vault.
Okay, but then you still need to steal the agenda.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's 9 just for the bio vault before any other considerations.
Yeah, and running server 1 head on isn't even better at all because you then have to break a Hydra with cards like MK Ultra, which is not that cheap.
Probably this was another APOC Yoshiko. Just run R&D and HQ and then just APOC the agenda. Although they'll pop Biovault before the third run, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think so. That's why you have the new card on the set called Wheels.
Oh yeah, from the
Just
spoiler.
gain an extra click, yeah.
And that's going to be the game.
Advance, Bologna.
Yeah, hard situation on the end there, on the runner side.
Yes, that's one downside of Hoshiko. Outside of Paperclip, bin breakers don't have good numbers on them if you're having to deal with multiple big ice.
Yeah, that's what's so egregious about Paperclip. It's not just that, it's a bin breaker. It's also just the most efficient fracture in the game.
Yeah, the combination actually makes it absurd. If it had properties of MK Ultra or Black Orchestra, it wouldn't be nearly as bad.
Or if it just had Corroder's numbers, right? It would still be good. It would still be really good.
Yeah, Corroder used to be the premium barrier breaker in the game at some point.
With Paperclip gone, maybe my boy Eli will make a return. Probably not. Eli does not like Cleaver.
No, Cleaver breaks it as 3 from 3 as well.
Yeah. Although I don't think we'll be quite as centralized in Cleaver as we were on Paperclip. So maybe Eli gets a little bit more time in the sun, but
Is to get bit more because now it's getting completely 0 amount.
was on NWL at one point, right?
Yeah, at some point I think it was the best barrier in the game, but it has been out leveled somewhat.
Stuff it up. It's Eli 2.0
yes,
now.
When Corroder was the prime breaker, then Eli was a very good tempo taxing barrier.
It's what, 4 to Corrode?
Real quick, I am hopping in on table 8. Just pick the one at the
Table 8?
bottom of the list
I thought we
here.
were watching game 2. Okay.
Are we? That's my bad. Well, I've already pulled up the curtain, and I'm not going to
Yeah,
ask another table.
both are fine by me. So
All right, coming down to table 8.
oh, this is an interesting sports metal setup.
Oh,
Oh, just
All right, we are now
Wow.
leaving table 8.
We're
all
now
right.
leaving table 8.
I could have sworn. No, okay, that's just some companion triggers. Well, I appreciate y'all for letting us stream that game. It showed up to a board state there. That's 8 cards in the score area, so 6 when we showed
Yeah,
up.
and- yeah, I think watching 6 could be nice because it's just started.
Has it?
Yeah.
All right, let's hop on over there.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
the
table
second half.
6
of
The
is
second half
actual
yeah,
game.
of...
game 2 of
Oh,
what we just watched.
my bad. Well then, let's throw
Just
this
getting
back
the
up.
compilation montage clip of the game
Mhm.
ending on table 2.
Yeah, that's a classic sports game.
Mhm.
You start and it's already over.
Sports.
It's usually a little bit longer than 30 seconds, but yes.
And accessing a Nightmare Archive on the first access of the game.
Straight off the top.
So what do you take here? I take the negative points, but
I think you don't have a good option there, so I think negative points might be the better option, but
I think they're both rough, though.
yeah, there's no good option there.
This last click bravado's
Old.
a little spicy.
It's very braggadocious. If that's a
True,
word.
true. I can't fault people for showing bravado with their last click bravado. Like, it's just...
Oh, and
Quick little
de-resing the
Elevagao.
gatekeeper.
De-resing gatekeeper.
So here's a question for you. Do you pay the tax? Do you pay the 419 tax on your agenda there?
I
don't
don't
think
think you have
so. I
enough
think you're-
credits.
I think you're too broke.
Yeah, if you
but-
had more credits, you actually can consider it.
But like the total value is...
Yeah, the value adds up really quick on Turtle because it just ends up breaking everything for pennies. But
Mhm.
you going like 2 opposed to
2 credits
having
is...
3 credits is really rough.
I think a lot of the time you're probably hoping to just out-tempo it before it really gets online. So, yeah, probably not paying for it at that early stage of the game. Still's in a new server with a new ice.
New server, new ice.
They're counting every penny, perhaps.
Yeah, and
Can't
this
afford the
time they
extra
actually
one.
this time they actually pay for the not to expose the eyes.
Like, they've only got 3 credits. So if
Could
Crim just
easily be
like...
jamming behind another gatekeeper.
Yeah, exposing the Meridian on servers too.
So like it's only...
Meridian.
Oh, that's super rough. Finding the luminal on just
Yeah.
a random run on R&D.
Though I will say, like, stealing random agendas against sports, especially if this is the, like, big points stock buyback sports, like, they get 1 stock buyback off for 18. It's like, okay, well, that's all the money they'll need for the rest of the game. And, like, they're still only at 1 point. They're still at least... Like, they still need at least 3 more steals, and probably more.
Yes, Luminal's probably the agenda you most want the benefit of scoring, though.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't really want
Well,
to find
rips another one off
pointers
the
like
top.
Megabricks Qualifier.
Yeah, but like you don't actually
Yeah.
want this Mega Pre, I don't think.
Yeah,
I
depends
don't
on
think as well.
depends on the other Mega Prees.
Yeah, and actually gives money to corporation when they're
Yes.
poor.
Gives the corp money, and like gives the corp more money later with potentially stock buyback if we see that.
Slows down your
Or-
turtle.
Yeah. Or the giant value fast break.
Yeah. But at least they get like the leech counter, so now they can through the meridian on the first click.
All right, so we're seeing some form of upgrade in server 2. We're thinking Hendrik?
I think it,
We're
yeah,
thinking-
probably
Either
Mr.
be
Hendricks.
Hendrik if it's a Hangeki list, or it could be a Jupstad.
Yeah, so we're
Yeah.
thinking
Jupstad
some form
seems
of
a
core
bit
damage.
less popular.
Yeah, I think HP is the one faction where you cannot really be sure about the upgrades the corporations are running. There are so many good ones.
Yeah, it could even just be a Tranquility. Got
Yep.
a Doof coming in.
Yeah, doofing here and then running server 2 because
That broke.
Mr. Hendricks actually costs 2 money.
Plus 2 to fire.
Yeah.
And we've got a turtle with 4 counters and 2 counters of the leech, so we can get through this Gatekeeper.
Yes. Ducking, resing the Gatekeeper just to duck, it looks like. Oh, but there's a Maverus purges
Oh,
out
that's huge.
the Turtle and the Leech.
Yeah, and now it's really tough to start clearing out the tag, like starting increasing the viruses on Turtle.
Go archives right now with your.
But this is the liability of having a server like this. Oh, they're not running it. They're going for
Yeah,
the
just
remote.
wanting to check the remote.
Some of the other thing, right, is Gatekeeper has base strength 0. 419 is not
Yes,
actually
at this
locked out of
point.
HQ.
Yeah, at
Yeah,
this
no,
point,
they can just run
running
HQ.
for HQ is $2.
And they're broken enough that 2 credits is not throwaway, but you get a turtle counter, you get a leech counter, you get a DreamNet trigger.
Installs exposing Mr. Hendrick.
Yeah,
And the
there's
stock
the
buyback. There it
+7
is.
operation.
There's something really funny to me about the corpse starting its turn at 0 credits, clicking for a credit, and then thinking like, all right, now we're in business.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
was
wonders
calling-
of stock buyback.
I was calling the stock buyback rotation as a good thing earlier on the stream.
Mhm.
I'll take this as my validation.
We'll just have to go back to normal, boring old sports.
Yeah, different really cheap the buy-in on stock buyback was. Like you can just okay. I like the Doofier. The Doofier's
Yeah, taking those stock buyback credits back to its rightful owner.
Stock buyback.
mhm.
No, and bravadoing back in.
They're just bravado back into server 1.
They actually revealed the server 1, so it's a Mr. Hendricks.
It's a Mr.
Okay,
Hendrick.
oh, that's the Hendrick. Okay. And there's another Hendrick in HQ.
Red level for some free money.
Mhm.
Bursting back up.
So are we thinking that's double Hendrick?
They're
Yeah,
paying
that
not to
could be.
expose it.
With double Hendrix being like
Oh,
a mandatory core damage on the runner.
certainly looks like it could be now.
All right, I think that's triple Hendrick.
At the very least, we know the first one is a Hendrix, so a pinhole can take care of one of those and still leave you outside of ontological danger.
Mhm.
Even if it is just the two Hendrix, you'll only take the one core, provided you spent your clicks wisely.
Or hear me out here. We haven't seen 4-9's influence spend. They could play.
Falsified to see that there is a I'm assuming that was selecting one of the newer installs, seeing there is a second Hendrick in there. Scores out of Vitruvius from the server.
Look,
I
all
think
I'm
they
saying is,
actually might have been taking the upgrade just to get the money off the falsified credentials with the one revealed Hendrix.
I wasn't sure because it looked like the middle one was highlighted, which I'm not sure if that indicates that they selected that one, but
That's
Yeah.
an indication that it's a new addition to the board in the last turn.
right.
well, 4-9's busy building their credits back up here. And we do have enough breaking power on this turtle to get in anywhere, really.
Yeah, barring like any tricks by the corporation, like the second virus or anything like that. I
Yeah,
think.
second virus. But they're not running anything with more than 6 strength. It's not like they've imported a random bulwark, although that would be really sad.
That would be something.
Bring tier into sports medal. 2023. Imagine what you could do with those extra clicks.
Your agendas do everything.
So I
Cost 10 credits, but the clicks are free.
I will say, Turtle's been a meta threat for a while, and there is a really cheap influence anti-AI ice. You can bring in your swordsman. Only one influence.
I stopped archives last turn. Now we've got a virus sitting in there.
Like, there's the virus sitting in there.
Yeah, my virus is on the bottom of archives.
I'd just like to. I felt the pain there of playing the class act, drawing the card, and then waiting for a second, realizing.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be setting up a purge turn here.
I sort of like this purge because you can still just go in through the gatekeeper. Like, it's
Yeah,
zero strength.
exactly. That's why, putting that ice on archives, that ice could have gone on HQ, well,
Should have gone on
possibly,
HQ.
but they might have more ice in hand. We'll see.
But I'd still rather play it before purging. Like, if they just run in HQ here, get their DreamNet trigger, like, get a turbo counter, get 2 leech counters, they can get in anywhere again.
Yeah, basically.
Except, like, maybe I see one Fairchild somewhere in sports lists if someone wants, like, a spicy big taxing ice. But, like,
Yeah, I think Fairchild is a reasonable include, at least in these like slower core damage variations.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe they have the like huge tour in the deck. that is a like real reliable like possibility.
I mean, gatekeepers are 6 strength on Raz, so if you run into a gatekeeper, like it fires. But one gatekeeper firing is not the end of the world.
Yeah, drawing 3 is not optimal, but you can live with it most often.
Exposing a magnet on R&D. And then, yep, running back into HQ. Gonna have 2 turtle counters now, assuming there's no steel or trash. Sees a Meridian.
I mean, no, that's
yeah,
Meridian
potentially-
on server 2 from earlier, right? We saw that at some point.
Yeah, we saw that earlier.
I'm saying the
So-
access to Meridian from HQ.
So with our 2 counter turtle and our 2 leech counters, like we can get through Meridian. So if they try putting something behind that, we can go there. And
Yeah, that Meridian may have been planned to go on HQ, so maybe slightly different order of operations would have been better.
And there's like 12 minutes left in the round, so I think it could might go to time, because these games tend to drag on a bit with like all the minus points.
mhm.
Yes, Zoe's in the tank at the moment.
They have a lot of
Doing
cards. I'm trying to
laundry
figure
into
out.
R&D. They know what the ice is there. They know they can get through it.
Oh, it's a security
Ooh,
nexus.
Seg
Security
Nexus.
Well, we did see that. We saw him discard 2 credit kitings earlier.
Oh yeah, I did not notice those.
Yep,
So.
and here's the rogue trading. But they did throw out a... Yeah, they threw out a Citadel as well earlier.
Okay, so now I've seen some of the influence spend, but we still haven't seen all of it. Like, leeches are only 1. So, if he wants to disarm server 1, there is a Shaper card that's currently legal that would do it.
You mean like because I can?
Because
or
I
something?
can?
Because I can, yes.
Yeah, and there's also like light the fire if you're insane enough to run that in like a criminal deck.
Just shuffle away Mr. Hendrick. I was testing because I can a couple months ago into the like killing Warioid piles, and it wasn't really doing it. But
Yep,
Yeah,
I'm
they
running
just-
that ice on HQ, but we've already got 4 leech counters and 3 turtle counters back on the board.
Yeah, they need to do another purge to clear out the turtle out, and then the runner just can security nexus through
yeah, they can
stuff.
security nexus back in. So I know Andre was playing a security nexus 419 list on stream maybe 2 months ago at this point.
Mhm.
That was Turtle Leech Nexus as basically its only breakers.
Yeah, that auto dialer list, as he called it, it's had a bit of popularity.
And I think that's what we're seeing here, basically.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was that list card for card.
Yeah, there's still some influence to left to show, but it's like reasonable to expect typical cards.
I mean, there's like I think we've now seen basically all the influence. We've seen
Mhm.
Stargate's 3, Leeches are 3, 2 Security Nexuses is another 3, and then we've got like Citadels and Deuces.
Oh yeah, Deuces, yeah, that's 15, I believe. With
Yeah,
3
yeah.
Deuces,
Citadel.
2 Security Nexuses.
Yeah, Citadel is an
Yeah.
influence, but yeah, 3, 6, 7, 8. We've seen what 11.
11 right now, and then
11
you
right
have
now.
one more Security Nexus probably and one more Leech. So that would be like 15.
Yeah, that's my assumption. Is
Yeah, seeing
Stargate
Rashida,
sees.
Rashida Megabricks and Ontological. So an interesting choice here.
kind of awkward
Yes, they
here.
could potentially run back twice.
If you run back
That's
once,
a magnet on R&D.
and the corporation can draw up the Ontological with you running the
Yes.
Megabricks.
Yeah,
I mean,
trashes the Mega Pre.
I think you just leave the Rashida back on top and just ship the turn back.
Yeah, that could like make sense because
Yeah, just hits the rogue trading and ships it back.
like ontological
Um,
dependence is actually like really tough for the corporation to score right now.
Yeah, so do they need to spend a click to draw to even get the ontological, or next turn you just Stargate the ontological off, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
interestingly, ended the turn with a tag, possibly betting that Groundhog doesn't want to take the tempo hit of trashing anything.
Which appears to have been correct. And now you just Stargate back in and trash the ontological.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can even like run server 2 and try to get out the Rashida if that's in there.
Stargate's just so good against sports, especially these big points
Stargate coming
lists,
back in.
because so much of their value is like in
CSAT
getting the giant stock
Onto,
buybacks off,
a Biotic, and another Rashida.
in forcing you to pick up all these random agendas that you touch accidentally and these nightmare archives that you touch accidentally. And Stargate just says, actually don't touch anything, just trash it all, and when you're ready, run archives and collect 7 points that you can store safely there. And if your winning agendas are all in archives, like stock buyback doesn't touch you.
Yeah, exactly.
Pinhole into R&D. Potentially going to trash this, what they assume is a Rashida, keep the top of
So
R&D
you can
locked.
you can check the advanced card in server 1, because if it's a 2-point agenda,
Could.
you can run
You can run
archives.
it and then run archives. Yeah, you would have one.
You'd be assuming that, yeah, server 2 is the Rashida in that scenario and not a Spin Doctor. But
Yeah, so that's the central flaw there.
they've seen the top of R&D for the past couple of turns, so they
Mhm.
know that the Spin Doctor would have had to have been sitting in HQ.
Yeah, I'm not sure you need to be that greedy. I think you can play. So I think you can do is just run archives and then like Pinhole Server 2. If it's a Spin Doctor, blow it up. Then just run archives, collect your 3 points there, and play for time.
Actually deciding to access the Mr. Hendrik.
Interesting.
And we take a core.
Checking server 2.
And there's runner action.
Uh,
Oh,
theoretically, that shouldn't be
yeah, I think that's
a permitted take back, but
Mhm.
I think that's
Groundhog
bit
hasn't,
fairer then because you know that
said anything
ice
about it,
there, but
and then Mad dashes the bin.
Mhm.
yeah, getting the win right before like timer runs out with 3 minutes left on the game.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is some good planning on Zoe's side. The mad dash into just the setting up the archives with the Stargate. Um, as far as I mean, as commentators, we don't really offer much say as to the legality of any plays. In my opinion, that last undo, ran the server past, but like immediately clicked it. It's open for debate, but
Yeah, these situations are really tough to like find like the correct thing. I think it's big amount of like personal evaluation though in those types of situations.
I can totally understand, right? Like you go, you click run, you click what you think is server 1, you click past it and then you think for a second like, "Oh, that's not where the arrow's supposed to be." Like
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
as the
it's so
core
much easier to make those mistakes in Jinteki online versus like
Yeah.
offline play.
Yeah, and of course the
Well,
corp is going to say, "Yeah, come on in. This isn't my scoring server."
Especially if there's a bit of lag, it can
Mhm.
take a second to update the run menu when you click run. So
Mhm.
you even think you're clicking the correct button, and then it gives you a gotcha. Haha! It's actually
Mhm.
this button instead.
JNet is a blessing, if only because the undo click command exists. A great labor of love. It's incredible just how much of the game it automates, and just the fact that as with a typical card game, right? You might not point at the wrong server and then just kind of be locked in. I mean, depends on who you're
Yes,
playing
you
against,
Yeah.
I guess, but
young whippersnappers with your Jinteki automation. You used to have to play on Octagon.
last time I tried to install Octagon, my computer thought it was a virus, and I'm not entirely sure it's wrong. All right, we got a couple of minutes until pairing starts, so just hang tight, and we'll be into round 2. Let me see what we've got in terms of reports from round 1. Oh, no. Well, perhaps we already have round 2 pairings. Never mind. We'll skip that bit. It's round 2 pairings time. Alright, now do we want to go support our shaper?
Yeah, I think it would be good place to see.
Alright, so that is table 11. Let's check in on... can close that, close that.
All right, round 2 has just started, and we already have one table reporting. This is, of course, because there is one buy, since we have an odd number of players.
Well, to be fair, round 2 doesn't start for the next 5 minutes. That's the timer starting for round 2. But we do already have one report. Incredible. Fastest we've ever seen it.
He's called motion blur because he's going so fast. Won the round before it even started.
Yeah, with even Agin Fusion no less.
I mean, it's easy to win fast games with Agin Fusion. You just show up with Agin Fusion, present your ID, and wait for the concession.
The Jinteki casual line.
I don't know, I've had some really fun games against Ag Fusion, and I've had some really not so fun games against Ag Fusion also.
Yeah, the ID takes away and gives in equal measure.
Yes, I
So
do like
if-
to play a bit of Ag and Fusion, but I try to avoid the absolutely villainous lists. I like a Regenesis Ag, not necessarily the more prisony kinds.
So I was playing against Byron on his stream the other day, and he was playing an Ag list using Project Kusanagi, and
For its actual text.
for its actual text,
Whoa.
I think that's illegal.
because he had a quarantine system. So he'd
Yeah.
wait for you to commit to encountering a sentry.
Huh.
Sentry quarantine system to res the half run. And dump Kusanagi counters on it.
That man does love a good combo, doesn't he?
Yeah, the classic line of Baram Wu playing some cards and me having to look them up.
He's a true shaper at heart.
Yeah, I think he even played like this Hoshiko deck with large amounts of Shaper includes at last AMT.
Yeah, I think he was on Symbol Chip Clot like Yoshiko.
Yeah, I think so.
So we've got some
Interesting. That's reasonable tech into some of Hoshiko's worst matchups. Those faster ones, outfit, sports, where you're. I don't know how big of a Hoshiko deck he was playing in that case.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, me neither. But I have seen like big Hoshiko actually playing like Simul Chip Clot as well, because you don't need them really fast, you just need them at some point of the game.
So we've got some lat. In your experience, like what percentage of turns do you actually get the lat draw?
Real
If you
quick.
plan your turns well, you can generally get them. I'd say on almost all of your turns.
All right. Round 2 has started. Let me pull back and give everyone what they've been waiting for. Ishiboy. It's Shaper, the one, and Asmariad Tech. 3 installs, and then a draw and 3 more installs.
And we've got a prepaid voice pad. So this is going to be the event pack.
Probably one of the event plat. Ooh, a Rashida and a Gaslight on the table. What are we going to fetch? Drawing with Rashida before hopping Gaslight.
That seems a
Gaslight for an economic
little.
warfare.
I think that might mean that the corporation has HHN in hand already.
So I think what that tells me is actually that they didn't have either piece in hand before the Rashida, because then you pop the Rashida first, so you
Yeah,
hopefully
when they
see
go
one
to
and then
hunt
grab
them.
the other. Whereas if you've already got one, I think you pop
pop the gaslight first.
The
I mean,
gaslight first.
I mean, in all honesty, like if you have one and you pop the gaslight first, then you pop the Rashida and then you draw that card that you just tutored, your second copy of it. You can't see it, but I'm shrugging. Like
Yeah.
I feel like it's always, maybe not always, but in general, I'd say probably
And
right to
spending
use
another
the.
turn setting up, and another Rashida popped off. It's a lot of early tempo.
Yeah,
Well,
trying
I
to.
have to assume. Like we've got Econ Warfares, we've got HHNs. I think Asmari's just gonna be naming event all game.
Yeah,
Like there's a
jamming in
prepaid
server
voice pad.
1.
I think there might be situations like after HHN you might call program just because you know that the misdirection is
Yeah,
coming down. And
in this matchup, yes. I think on the HHN turn.
But I think in general, like in prepaid voice pad, I'm just gonna name event and
A click 1 creative commission to overclock the server. Probably getting in here. We'll see if this was a real
after that,
agenda. Echelon? Is that a... Okay.
I think they might have actually gotten with some event drawn the like angle.
I think.
I see. Well,
Yeah,
yes,
I think
saying in the chat.
the Anakin.
Well, they would have
either one of. They're only running
Well, they
one
would have
Twitter then.
drawn it. Yeah, they would have drawn it off the creative, and then they still went.
Yeah, they just missed it.
Pop it. If that's the case, that is very unfortunate.
But that actually might have been a bit of a blessing in like a disguise, because you
Yeah,
are safe from Econ Warfare HHN on the last turn.
Yes, if they had gotten in with enough to steal a Bologna, then they would have probably gone to 0.
And here we have the Spin Doctor Raz, which will deny the lat draw. There's no way Lat's ending their turn with 7 cards in hand. It is just not happening.
Unless
Class
they're
Act?
playing
Class Act?
mechanocytes.
No, Class Act doesn't fire in time. It's the start of the next turn.
Yeah.
No, Class Act is at the end of the turn that you install
Class
it.
Act. Yeah,
Yeah,
Class Act and Lat trigger at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess we got Class Act.
I'm pretty sure that you can order the Class Act to happen
Rip
before Lat, but
the crash off the top.
Yeah, you can choose it with like it being your priority turn.
because both triggers are owned by you, the runner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the only problem with class acting, like getting the lat trigger from it, is that you need to start your turn at or end your turn at 4 credits or 4 cards, and then the runner has to draw before.
Playing a pinhole. Potentially wants to check server 1. Sees a tomorrow's headline.
There's points. I don't know if we can get there to get them, but there are points.
Yeah, you might have the decoder in hand, and you might be able to find it, but like stealing it and staying safe is a bit of a harder ask.
But if they score, they're on game point. Like any agenda scored will win.
Installs
Like they're not on one pointers.
Run, forces the res. IP block the barrier. Could potentially pay to trace through it. No
Yeah,
boost
not
on
increasing the
trace.
strength, and Plat's just playing 2 with the ingrained link.
Free link. And like you'd be paying 2 to clear the tag anyways, so there's no reason not to.
And we're drawing back up here.
Leaving the tag. Okay.
Well, he
Well,
wants
that makes
like,
sense.
the
Yeah.
draws for the flat value draw.
Yeah. I never played
And
a lot of
getting
that,
punished
so
here, probably.
Yeah, leaves the tag and
Yeah, getting another
ends on 8
economic warfare,
credits.
so
So
this is
yes,
going to be
it's going
harsh.
to be a double E war.
Yeah, I think they're going to increase their breaker strength to lower themselves a bit down.
Yeah, save himself 3 credits.
Yeah, problem with like these typical lines that you almost always do is that sometimes the runner has interruptions between them. And
Yeah.
like without knowing those or seeing these interactions beforehand, you can easily miss them as the corporation.
Yeah, and then you go into turn 2. You go into the next turn with 2 credits.
But you're noticing that they actually only boost strength for 3 credits, so that ultimately only save 1.
Yeah, and
So
still letting the corporation.
potentially thinking it's worth forcing out the extra economic warfare rather than saving 1 credit.
Mhm.
not entirely. I'm sorry. Was the idea that you would boost strength between clicks?
Yeah, you boost
Yes.
strength between like the second economic warfare.
Before the second
because-
Econ Warfare?
Is that not against NSIGs?
No,
No.
because
No.
you can actually
Boost,
increase
a
strength.
boost in strength is a changing game state.
Yeah, decrease and changing game state. It happens that it goes away again immediately. But you did change the game state. You changed the strength of your breakers. That was an effect that happened. It just didn't last for very long or
Yeah,
do anything.
I think that's basically like like in exception in the rules, because like otherwise you couldn't actually break any ice because you don't get the game state change like with increasing the strength.
Pops the stone ship start of turn to
Yeah,
avoid
just trying to
boom
save.
kill this turn at least.
Yeah, it's staying safe from the boom.
Throws out the boom
Yeah.
anyway for value.
Value boom, gotta love it.
Does leave Armin with only 1 card and 1 credit to deal with whatever's in
Yeah,
the
but
server.
there's a misdirection on the
Yeah,
table.
but this definitely makes a scoring window here.
Yes. So the nice thing about getting boomed there is that Anacam triggers the first time each turn an event is trashed. So, boom fires, trashes, net damage trashes 7 cards, and you get your 1 card rebate from your console. It's the perfect value engine. And by the perfect value engine, I mean a completely terrible value engine. Trading 7 cards for 1 is not very good.
And that's like the
Advance,
line.
advance, installs an ice, goes down to 0 credits.
I would expect this to be NGO front with the runner being a corporation being just okay going down to 0.
Does pop back up to 2.
Yeah, an NGO front.
Reses it to prevent getting any value from extra falsifieds.
So, I mean, Asmari is only on 1 boom usually, right?
Usually,
Generally,
yeah.
yes.
1 boom, 1 economic warfare. And I think some lists have been cutting out the booms and changing them out for like shipments from Vladisberg or stuff like that.
Well, this list has very definitely not cut the boom.
Yeah, and this one hasn't.
Do we want, are we looking to spin the boom back in here so we can force the runner to actually clear off their tags? Though I think they're going to.
I would think so that you want to have the boom threat at some point
Both
again.
generally
So
running 2 gas lights. Both of those are out.
I'm expecting the runner to just use telework, use misdirection, and clear here.
Yeah, if you don't clear here and eat the market forces, it's going to be so devastating for you.
Also, if we don't plan on using misdirection to clear tags, I don't know why we installed this misdirection.
As a misdirection. Haha.
This is like the bravado.
Exactly.
This is good. Keep it up.
All right. So what are some other cards that this is true for?
This is probably the echelon, the upper echelon of echelons.
I don't agree with that.
I'm leaving.
I don't agree with that at all. Like this echelon's only strength 2. Like
Yeah, but it's on the board. Somebody's playing it. I consider that upper echelon.
I think echelon's actually a really interesting.
You have to
breaker.
compete with different sentry breakers in Shaper. That's not too hard.
Yes.
Options like Ika and Nanook are not that much better. So
Or nanotech.
Thyke in the chat, saying that next we're going to tell them that the corpse agenda is to score agendas, and I would never do that because there is not a card called agenda.
Agenda, yes.
yeah, that's going to be released in the next set, I believe.
I knew we shouldn't have let actual AI design cards for Automata Initiative. In hindsight, kind of a mistake, but
yeah, I think you can also make that joke with like pivoting to other things. And
So we've now seen the second
Yeah,
first
pivoting
like
to crypto.
creative commission from Armin this game.
yeah, sometimes you just have to do it.
Alright, another Bologna.
It's now threatening out the win with the 1:15 minutes in the deck.
Yeah. Are Bologna's Asmari's only 5/3s?
Yeah, typically you're running
With
3
this
5/3s, 3 artificial crypto crashes, and the tomorrow's headline with the 15 minutes.
Yeah, with this agenda suite of what we've seen, playing the 1, 2, 3, 7. Yeah, the 8 Mari as opposed to the 6 Mari of Bologna Degree Mill.
Yeah, the artificial crypto crash is such a vital part of this deck, making the like sure the runner actually has to interact with you, or it just keep stealing their credits.
Yeah, keeps you down.
So how do you feel about Lab's decision to let this Turnpike fire?
Well, you're paying 4 to like not let it fire. So like breaking with Eklon is actually like really bad, rough there.
I'm very okay with Eklon, yes. For paying the trace would be 4.
Yeah, it's the same to either pay through the
Yeah,
trace
it's basically
or
like a
break it.
situation where there's no good options to get through there. And corporation just placing stuff on the table and threatening out the win on multiple directions.
Yes, every install is threatening a win at this point. Checking the open server, Spin Doctor.
So I will say every install is threatening a win, but also
Shuffles back
like
to E-Wars.
every run on R&D is threatening a win also.
True as
Yeah, and
well.
also like running the Spin Doctor, with the Spin Doctor drawing more cards, you actually can go like check HQ as well. And now you know that Boom is still in the deck, so you might go and like eat some tags.
No, Boom's still in the bin.
Yeah.
I also see a symbol
Are you
chip.
saying it's not in the deck? Sorry.
Oh, I meant the bin, sorry.
So we do have a clot in the heap. And a symbol chip on the board.
Yeah, that does stop the install advance just win off the table.
And dressing the second Spin Doctor.
Install a new ice. This looks like going for a score if I've ever seen one.
So are we a believer, or is this just another NGO? Because like you can just say this is an NGO. And...
Yeah, it totally can be like anything.
Armin deciding to focus on R&D.
So I mean, the other thing is potentially if the corp reses 2 ice on R&D, like they might not be able to afford their third ice. Ice is cheap, but it's not free.
Doesn't rest the second one. Nothing off the top and no trash. Running HQ. They could be going for a deep dive. We did see
I'm
one
thinking...
get trashed earlier.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, to the boom.
Yes, they could be going for a deep dive here.
Oh, but actually,
Or you could just
but
buy
snipes
the
a
crypto.
crypto crash out of HQ.
Yeah, calling the deep dive in chat.
Yeah, if I've got a deep dive in hand, I'm absolutely going R&D HQ Archives deep dive there.
Yeah. There were 17 cards left in R&D.
And we saw a lot of the agendas. Like there were 14 points out when that game ended.
Yeah, with like I think there was like 3 agendas or something like that left in the deck actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it should have been like one more crypto, one more Bologna into 15 minutes.
There would have only been, well, if there was an agenda on the table and
If
one
there's an
in
agenda
HQ,
at the table, then
there's only one potentially in
agenda.
R&D, right?
No, I already counted the one in HQ because there were 14 points scored at the end of the game, which
Right,
includes the one from.
Hey, what are y'all talking about? Hey, we're in the second game, all right? Here we already got an agenda scored. What are you talking about? That last game? No.
Oh, I haven't even joined the table yet.
There's already scored an agenda.
What table are we on?
I don't know.
Second half of the game, so table.
Oh, they labeled it wrong. Okay.
Oh yeah.
The one with all the spectators.
Yeah, I found us.
Yeah, and I believe this is the one person playing like built to last in the tournament.
Yeah, this is the only built to last list also. Armin Firecracker has just brought a very unconventional lineup, let's go with.
And I'm loving every minute of it.
Do we think we're going to see Hanging Gardens style list? Trick of Light priority construction list, or something a bit more vanilla?
So I know for my built to last list, I've been really loving Vladimir City Grid.
Oh, interesting.
There is nothing better than putting an off-road office on your Vladimir City Grid, advancing it once, moving 2 counters over, and advancing it again.
Yeah, this like Build to Last could also play cards like Mesny Chestvow as like cards
Scoring
that you
a
continuously
standoff.
can keep advancing.
Oh, this could
Standoff.
potentially be another
Can we
RMWoo
stock buyback?
special. The Sophie's Choice list ran standoff.
Distributed tracing?
Oh,
Distributed tracing?
getting some spice.
Okay. So this list is 100% going to have stock buyback, because what they're doing is they're running all of the 2 1s and 2 0s for econ. Because it's just for sports. You get a rebate of 2 credits every time you score an agenda, because to score an agenda, you advanced it once at some point.
I guess you do what you gotta do to get them the tag, huh?
Sees border control double hedge off the top.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not
Crushing
finding any
border
eyes
control.
seems really rough there.
Yeah, she's
But
right.
I think this early Stargate is pretty rough right now.
But another agenda scored.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, at this point, 2 bad pub on the table. What's the ice gonna do?
If we just win, well, it's going to force them to like actually install a breaker, because right now they don't have one.
Being an end of the line with the distributed tracing.
GFI to the bin. We're going to pick it up now. No, we're not worried about it. We are not worried.
They are respecting that there is no spin doctor yet on the like drawn.
Yeah, but they could have had one in hand already. But yeah, it's, with the control from the Stargate, you're probably not sneaking one out.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. But icing up R&D, so the R&D pressure has been stopped for a bit.
Well, not if that's a barrier, because we've got a hippo down and a paperclip in the bin.
That's not even racing it.
Yeah,
Which makes me think it's a barrier.
Yeah, that would make sense.
possibly just waiting to res until they have anything to install on the outside. Trashing more ice, leaving the Afshar. Goes in to steal the agenda.
Yeah, with the spin doctor coming up on the deck, I think this is like the optimal place to go and steal
Yeah,
it.
good window for it. Triple advance. Looking like it
So
might be
we're
an
looking for
Arquette.
Massilis
Yeah, I
or
think
Akat.
this could be a cat because you cannot actually break it with the hippo
Yeah.
anymore.
Yes.
Oh,
and finds
snaps a
a
GFI
GFI.
from HQ.
But here we see the true power of global food. The 2 or 3 point agenda scored, and the runner only has 4 points. So they still need 2 more steals, at least.
Yeah, if they cannot find a mad dash or anything like that to seal off the deal.
And like I'm presuming Belt Class is not on STS Drone to put one in, but they could be.
They could be, but I'm not sure at all what this deck is going to run.
Yeah,
so
this is hard to make any calls about.
I could
Yeah,
guess there's
Plan
like
is
a
here.
archer or something might be included with the standoff or
The spin, I think the spin was
Scouting
expected
up a
here, but
spin
you still want to
doctor.
force it out.
Raindrops into HQ, knowing this is probably an Afshar. Very good card into Afshar. And as a result, no res from Armin.
and
Oh, and a
City
City Works
Works
project.
that's
Oh,
super rough.
nasty.
CityWorks. I didn't have CityWorks on my radar at all.
No, I don't think anybody had City Works on their mind with this deck.
Well, I wasn't expecting for that to be done so quick. 6 minutes. Wow. Yeah, that'll happen when you access 3 5-3s, even if 2 of them are 5-2s.
Yeah, and I think all of the agendas were stolen in like 3 turns.
I mean, the early Stargate coming down when R&D is undefended and then trashing ice off the top is just
Yeah, it's going to be really
really
harsh.
rough.
All right. Well, where are we going now?
Mm. Do we still want to avoid watching like Hoshiko against the top tier deck games, or
Oh, it doesn't particularly
I think
matter.
there might be an interesting outfit deck on Not Again. Again, that Not Again is playing,
Uh,
but they're on the
That's
Hoshiko side currently.
is that game 1 or 2?
I'm not sure.
Let's
I
check
think
the
it
list here.
might be.
Oops. I
I
believe.
think it's the game 2 that they're playing currently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if they're following the typical left on Cobra equals court.
what about table 1? We've got Ob, PE, and Asa.
I think
table
table 1
1.
could have finished
Yeah,
already.
they've already closed. 1 second, I was on the wrong tab.
Well, looks like table 3 is just starting.
Table
I'm
3
not
is
sure
just
what
starting.
matchup
Should be
Yeah,
game 2.
that
table
is.
3 could be cool.
It is Bridgman who's also
Spark.
streaming.
It's
Oh,
Spark.
true. We
Yeah.
still want to.
Bridgman's got a good enough chance of making it into Top Cut, and
Yeah, that's true.
Fair.
Bridgman is also playing Spark, which, you know.
let's
So what players haven't we watched that are playing right now?
I think we haven't seen either player on table 6 yet.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen either player on table 6.
Yeah, looks like they're on game 2 as well. Let's pop in and see if they would. Oh,
Just finished up again.
Oh, that's
They're no longer on.
what a timing.
Mhm.
So there's a couple of more games going.
Table 7 I think might have just started. I don't believe we've seen either of these players.
No, I don't think we've seen either of those players.
Right. Let's see how they are doing.
Doesn't look turn 9, not too late. And the board state is looking wild.
Yeah, I'm zooming out.
Looks like we've got Acid Ob.
Yep, into
Yeah,
an
famous
ESA
from
list.
like last AMT,
Mhm.
where I actually got to experience this deck firsthand on the stream. So it's not fun, I can tell you that.
Yes.
Boat.
Yeah, from one toxic boat meta to another toxic boat.
So how are we feeling about this pair of Afshars on not HQ locations?
I think the deck doesn't have too much ice, so you might like have to put those on places that you typically don't want to place them.
There are 2 border controls in the bin, so I'm feeling like maybe that's
There's
where
what
they
the border
came
controls
from.
died into. Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense as well.
So what do I think about the sports state? I'm feeling pretty happy as the corp, I think.
Yeah, I think you're threatening out the kill options like that.
Yep, there we go.
pretty fast. But I think this was the game 1 because
That was
it
game
took
1.
35 minutes.
35
So
minutes,
we can
yeah.
watch the second half of this
Yep.
this pair.
Sounds good.
Love to hear it. Let's just put this in place until they get started up with the next game.
And the other side of the matchup is going to be Sports versus Hoshiko. Looking like.
Yeah, the Robin has been like brought these two really fast decks and looks like that.
Mhm. Yeah, I definitely want to watch the net at some point. All right, game 2 here. What have we got? Sports versus Hoshiko.
And the regular size Hoshiko at that, so there's not like this problem of consistently finding stuff to break ice with.
And I certainly don't expect Sports to drag the game out long enough for Hoshiko to run out of cards and for the like 1 credit loss each turn to draw 1 to become a drawback when you've run out of cards.
Yeah, we have seen the one of these core damage sports, but still you probably
we'll
have
see
enough
if this
cards.
is a we'll see if this is a reg Hoshiko or potentially another APOC list.
I mean, like even core damage sports can still have like the sports draws.
Yeah, absolutely, but they tend to go like longer on average at least.
Yes, definitely.
And it also depends on like how the runner is tackling the situation. Are they just setting back and setting up, or do they actually interact with the corporation?
Mhm.
And the corp seems to be taking his time to think about the line here.
Goes with ice
Possibly a
R&D
slightly
install
shaky key.
install.
I often feel like that's the corp experience. You take like a full minute to think about every possibility, and then all 3 of your clicks just one right after the other. Sometimes.
Yeah, you find the line and just click them through.
Meanwhile, as the runner,
Yeah,
you have
It's
to.
a good practice thinking through your whole turn.
Meanwhile, as the runner, multiple times. What? What click is that? Is this?
So
Yeah, running R&D first and then experiencing something completely random and having to think your game plan again completely.
Rip some Mega Pre from HQ, using sports to draw 2 new cards.
I wonder if we kept something really cheeky, like a double Mega Pre hand, and now we're just going to score a Mega Pre off the table.
Yes, there could easily be one sitting on the table.
Because like I can definitely see thinking hard about, okay, I've got 2 Mega Pre's in hand. Do I keep one and install one? Do I install 2?
Crank Grid, getting some
Taking
money.
credits.
Yeah, the like
Or a
main
spin
economy
doctor.
value engine of the deck.
Mhm. So I do think in general the corp has much more ability to plan their entire turn at the start of it than the runner does. Because as the runner makes runs, they'll usually gain information, and as the corp installs cards, they usually like don't discover anything new.
Oh, and a seamless to score out the other Mega Pre. Very nice.
Yeah, exactly like Thrantar called, installing one of the Mega Bricks and just hoping the runner finds the one in the hand door.
Transform, we've got our draw, we've got a lot of cards right now.
Now we're going to get rid of some of them.
I don't know if we're going to replace them with better versions. We don't need these pin breakers. Well, we do, but like later. We can use them later.
Throwing out Pinhole, Paperclip, Fermenter.
I think you might
Maybe thinking,
not have enough time to get the full
yeah, maybe
fermenter
thinking
value.
Fermenter's a bit slow.
This matchup, potentially, yeah. So how do you say this use is used? Credit expose,
Exposes the Gatekeeper.
and then just run HQ or server 2, I guess.
I
But
think
I'm not
clearing
sure.
the server 2 has value and checking
Nope,
HQ
nope,
for
just
one
poking
run.
HQ and
Oh, but
Grips
fine
of
stats, yeah.
Bifurcation.
Yeah, we've got 13 credits. She could have contested the Tranquility.
Yeah, you still have time, but even clearing it's not that like mandatory at this point. The corporation has enough money.
Slapping down a Botulus, planning to run HQ R&D next term potentially.
Or at some point in the future, right? And at some point, R&D will be run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Europe probably has like a Stargate or something.
I also think Kyra just
And
had
there we
a
go,
lot of
icing up
cards
the
in her
Tranquility
hand
server.
and wanted to get cards out of her hand, and that was something like Ed. She's going to run the Gatekeeper at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
If there is a Stargate, may not want to show it yet, or other things that are a bit expensive at the moment.
So we're thinking Hendrik here.
It could be a Henrik. It also could be like a Mavirus or.
It could be my virus. It can't be a Jupstad because we've already got a grid.
Yeah, also
Correct.
like it could be this, like at least Sokka won worlds with like this snack style of
Giordano.
sport.
It could, yeah,
Oh,
easily
it could
be
be
Giordano as well.
Giordano.
Yeah, there's like a million
Yeah.
options that it could be.
Pizza field.
I will say, Giordano Memorial
Oh,
Field
Looks
APOC
like an ape.
coming.
could be deep dive, but I'm expecting APOC here. Yep.
Yep, there we go.
The second epoch of the stream.
That's another card
say
that's
you-
not going to be here next month.
Yeah, a bit sad that the entire archetype is leaving, but
Having its last hurrah.
yeah, I think this actually might be a bit explaining like the increase of Epoch Hoshikos is that people just want to play it one last time.
One last hurrah. Yep.
Yeah,
But no one's playing APOC Apex.
the one plays Apex Epoch is actually like really bad in.
Yes.
It's so sad.
At
I was
least
a
it's
bit
not the most anti-synergistic runner identity, runner card combo that we've had thanks to Parhelions, Nova, and Petrushka. Been
Yeah,
beat
that would
out,
be
Apex.
something.
Oh, Nova Matryoshka. Yeah. Yeah.
That
Well,
would be a huge power play at least.
your 1x Matryoshka does. I mean, it buffs the strength of your echelon, I guess.
No, not a blank card in that another card can use it. It can.
Yes, you could also
Classic.
just
You can sell it to pawn shop.
You can.
Yeah, huge value.
Let's see. You can. What do you get install triggers off of?
Environmental
technical
testing.
writer, environmental testing.
Yeah.
You can use it to increase your program density for your customized secretaries.
Also, you have to run it if you want to play the maximum size Nova deck.
True. Just 1x each runner card. There's not a whole lot happening right now. We've got
Checking archives, and there
Checking
was a luminal in
archives.
there.
Luminal's nice to find.
Yeah, I think that was on the table.
Yeah,
the
seeing
Yeah.
a Managarm in there as well. So looks like
With this
that was.
hyperloop
Oh.
being found,
Ooh.
also we're getting pretty close to losing as the corp.
Yeah,
Yeah,
1
with,
2
like-
pointer.
2 points on the corporation side. I think the Robin is feeling pretty bad in this situation.
And we've got a paperclip and a Black Orchestra in bin. Probably get another APOC off if we want to.
Yeah, there's some gatekeeper on R&D that costs like 9 to go through with the install, so might need a bit more money to get another APOC
Mhm.
going.
Icing up HQ, doesn't want any more agendas sniped out of there.
And a new remote. So I think the Robin's pretty well equipped on credits here. 15 is certainly enough to res 3 ice in all likelihood.
Mhm.
So do you think Hoshi should come and contest over 3? Are we looking to
Oh, throwing
Okay,
down
Stargate.
Stargate. It's going to
Contesting the
cost
remote is,
all their money to get in, but
yeah, but you at some point
It's
you have to force
potential
the
for
rest.
the win. Yep.
You also don't have to get in here. Like, you can just force the res. Like, you can't not res on a Stargate run. Force
Yeah,
the
but
res, install your Black Orchestra, and then just come back next turn.
letting the sports draw 3 cards seems like a thing I would want to avoid at all costs.
I think if there's a second APOC in hand, you can.
Oh,
Oh,
Titanium.
Tithonium.
Oh yeah, the gatekeeper got lost on the APOC. I completely
Yeah.
forgot.
Yeah, okay, we're just manually. I mean, we just paperclip here. Custodian's really sad against paperclip.
Yeah, you pay the same. You pay even less than getting a Black
Then
Orchestra against
Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper.
Yeah.
I think Titanium is going to be much happier after the paperclip
Seeing
rotates.
bifurcation, another Tithonium, and a Mega Pre.
if we switch to a Cleaver Turbine meta, I'm not sure how much happier Tithonium is.
Well, you need to install 2 cards instead of 1, so
Yes, but it also gets broken for 2.
yeah, it might still be a bit like in a wrong place, but the
Going and just picks up the Mega Pre from archives. Let's see what the Robin does here. Their sports metal trigger.
I think this is interesting. So, on top, there's
They
Inlivigao
draw.
and
They draw
another
the bifurcation and the Tithonium. Yeah.
All right, we've got a Tranquility Grid. We can have some peace, but not in our time. That's a runner thing. All cards can offer use Tranquility.
I think they're thinking about probably like advancing it just to make it sure that the runner cannot steal the agenda from HQ.
Mm-hmm. And the
Also,
runners are only on 1 credit, so
And they're going to lose at the start of their turn.
they lose at the start of their turn. It's like they're not getting back in
Putting a
R&D.
new ice on R&D, making it
might
even
be the
more
other
taxing.
Tithonium.
This could be the other Tithonium.
Potentially. That's 8 credits to get in then.
But they only have 7 credits, so they can't res
Okay.
unless they're willing to forfeit the Mega Free.
No, but I don't think the runner has ability to go in this turn.
So resed the Tranquility without using it this turn.
Yeah, I think that probably was like thinking about using it, pressing
Yeah.
it, and then like deciding not to.
Maybe there's a sneaky drafter hiding somewhere that they want to get value off of.
The credit, dirty laundry to stay flipped.
Yeah, and keeping Hoshiko flipped for the next turn.
Mhm.
But no extra value from DreamNet or anything like that right now, so
Mhm.
and is this an agenda or just an install on server 3? Looks like just a normal card.
Yeah, icing up HQ. Possibly building a scoring remote.
Yeah, and at these runner credit amounts, that's huge.
The other thing
No
is the
credit.
Robins.
Spending a turn just on moneying back up.
Yeah, and now Kira is probably set up money-wise for the rest of the game. You need to get basically like one good Stargate and the game is over, so
Oh, looks like it might have been an agenda. Seamless. Scoring out a
that's a really good
Vitruvius with a counter.
that's a good thing against this like Stargate line. Because
Yeah,
you can save
Refuge
the agenda
Runner.
instantly.
Yes.
Although the Robins are only at 6 credits.
Clears off the
There's no way 6
liberated.
credits reses 5
Comes
ice.
in.
Yeah, and there's still the
HQ.
Elevagor in HQ, so
There is a drafter, and there is no MK in the bin.
so this is going to fire. There's the cheeky drafter you were talking about. might be getting like Managram and the Siemens launch back to Handor.
You can also install something into server 3 and get
Pull
2
Spin
credits.
Doctor out of archives into HQ.
To me, that seems like a misclick on like
Yeah, that
thinking
seems a
about the
bit
wrong thing, but
bizarre. And installing Rashida from archives. Okay.
We're going to take the credits here. We have to take the credits here. We're completely broke.
yeah. And
Oh,
access
and
is
they
the elevator.
find it in HQ.
Yeah, let me go. Last point. Snipe from hand.
Yeah, finding all the agendas and early and getting the Apokun crucial turn when the corporation was about to score the Luminal was huge.
We've seen a lot of snipes from HQ. It feels like today.
Yeah, Hoshika's specialty. And I think there's no more games going on. There's one table with one person playing it in it, and looks like they have ended already also.
Oh, I mean, if they're having fun. Oh, nope, they left. Okay. All right. Well, we have yet another 12 minutes left on round 2. Let me see here.
Looks like we might be waiting on the reports from the last couple of games. Oh. Yeah, one of the judges saying looks like all the games have ended.
Yeah, just getting confirmation right now as to what we're doing. That. All right. Yep. PSK has just confirmed that we are going to knock the last 10 minutes off of that round 2 timer to make up for a little bit of lost time from the server. So round 3 should be getting paired here momentarily. Hang tight.
Yeah, looks like the pairings are up now.
Yep. And looking at the standings, it looks like that Nat deck has scored a win, so it's doing something right.
Yes.
And it looks like they might be running first this round on table 3. Why don't we check that one out?
Yep. Our very dear lead judge, Princess Space Kitten, explicitly asked with a couple of like those hand clasped prayer emojis to see Nat. So we're gonna see Nat.
Yes, and it's
I
the
think
least we
that's
can
the
do for
easiest.
them running this event or head judging for this event.
Both.
I'm sure we can oblige.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to get stream time is just to play this like weird IDs. So catch me next time playing Khan and some sync deck.
Isn't Conver
Well,
rotating?
they'll both probably be gone
no,
this
no.
time.
Uh,
Well,
well, I'm
there's
going to
there's
still play them, so
currently
you can call the judge on me.
there's last I heard there wasn't currently an AMT plan for next month anyway because of Intercontinental season.
Yeah, I
Although
think
Jeff
they're
was
skipping the
saying
next.
if people are around and would like to volunteer to run an AMT next month, anyone in the chat, welcome to contact Jeff. I'm sure he'd be very glad if we could get that happening. Although it is understandable with continental season going on.
I don't endorse this. I don't endorse you bothering Jeff to try and run the AMT. I mean,
No, he wants someone else to contact him to run it.
Okay,
Is
well,
what I'm saying.
all right. But did he say that? That's my question.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I
I had
think
the
he said
announcement
it
for
on the stream or
this.
something.
All right.
We're not
For this
advocating for
AMT.
just spamming against Jeff.
All right, everybody, head on over to
I'm
Sangren.
fairly certain you'll find it on the announcement for this AMT on the website.
It's
but,
possible I missed it.
Anyway,
That's all right. Let's we've gotten the okay to stream. So let's bring up our one of a kind Nat Hall, baby. Damn, I'm good. That's what he sounds like.
yeah.
Yeah, straight applying on the flavor text.
So Nat is one of the two 4015 Shaper, sorry, not Shaper, one of the two 4015 Anarch IDs.
The other being Loop.
The other being Loop, yep.
But they are in fact playing 41 cards.
Interesting. So
And
what I'm curious here. Sorry, go ahead.
I think this matchup is going to be interesting with it really depending on what kind of Eigenfusion deck this is, because the low card hand size might be really dangerous against some of the Jinteki eyes.
Yes, we may have picked something of a nasty matchup for our boy Nat, but let's see.
So what I'm curious is, are we seeing like Anarch good stuff with 40 cards for even better consistency, or are we seeing like the Nat special with Cradle as your main decoder?
Yeah, I think I'd hope for the Cradle variation because I'm getting quite bored of the Reg Anarch. So but having a Cradle engine might be a bit difficult against this blocky deck or Eigenfusion deck. Not sure about the Loki yet.
So I will say, run into Loki, shuffle your hand away, and your ID is online.
Yeah, there might be a couple of steps in the between those two, but
And then jack out before you hit the enemy because
yeah, just disregard the Milinzi on the low kit subs. But you actually could play cards like Hush or something like that to make the Loki not totally game losing instantly.
yeah, it's interesting because it feels like there's a bunch of different tech cards you can run against Loki Ag if this is Loki Ag.
And we see a couple of cards from the Gachapon.
Into a directive. Okay, I'm loving this list. This list is pretty spicy.
Yeah, just installing 4 cards on turn 1 and going down to 0 credits.
Apologies, had to duck out very briefly there. Come back, see Nat having set up quite a impressive little board.
Turn 2, just throwing that out there. Was
Yeah,
this another Gachapon? I turned my head for a second.
Immediately
Gachapon.
popping another Gachapon.
I know by far the spiciest part of this list for me has been this safety first. Like if you're just never going to have more than.
This is seems similar to a list I think Soccer played on stream a while ago now.
Yeah.
I gave it a
Yeah.
try as well, and it was pretty fun with safety first.
It was on the like
But
cradle
we
stuff,
see
right?
Dr. Keeling. Yes, we see Dr. Keeling rezzed.
All right, so your hand
Not
size of
what?
3
Yeah.
goes down to 2.
So you don't get the
Okay.
safety,
Yeah, safety
first
first
draw.
draw. Yeah, okay, looks like they're just fixing.
Yeah, the Keeling lowers the hand size before the safety first gets to draw, so
Yeah.
oh, this
Yeah,
is this
speed.
version.
Uninstall.
Oh, as soon as I saw the
Lots
feeling,
of
like this
cold
is cold sight block, and
Yeah.
that's game. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, good time to see the Nat deck in action. Running out of the worst possible matchup.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Well, he'll get that credit.
Yes, once, maybe twice, and then he'll die.
Oh, the Guinea pick value actually getting quite decent there.
Yeah.
But now they actually just have to get enough stuff that they can run on server 1. And not hit an anemone or anything.
But like you can't. You just triple advance the cold sight. You can't run server 1 twice because cold sight.
Oh yeah, you get 1 run in, and that gets booped.
That gets booped, and then they install another ice, and
yeah, but then
you
can only advance it twice.
2 pinholes. Yeah. Oh, raising it. But
magnet.
Pins 4 clicks to run on server 1.
Yeah.
That's a
And
cursed
no
chat
orchestra in the
message.
bin, so
Yep, looks like GG right there.
yeah. Does turn off the ability to boop next turn, but it's irrelevant without a breaker in the bin that can interact with magnet.
Chris, need to. You can draw twice, install your now, and then you just die. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't run on the server.
Yeah.
Godspeed, Nat.
Well,
We can check on that again, possibly to get like a real game next round.
Damn, he's dead.
Well,
Do we want to
it's
watch the
definitely one
game
of the
2 of this,
most.
or
Yeah.
You can go watch game
Why
2.
not?
Yep.
It'll be Asmari versus Hoshiko. Let's get a sense of what the actual meta looks like.
Yes. As much fun as safety first probably is, it may not have been the play to install it in that matchup.
So I think it's like okay into the Loki Ag.
Yeah.
But just losing 2 turns against Keeling spontaneously is just so rough.
I think this is like a problem with bringing like these fun runners to like a tournament game where you have like these really bad matchups that you sometimes just cannot win.
Yeah. Playing something a bit more meta on the co-op side though.
Yeah, it would seem like it, but we still don't know what version this is.
Augustus just spending turn 1 moneying up. Not a bad idea against Asmari. Forcing the pop on the NGO.
And do we see the guard hand of 2 economic warfares into hard-hitting news?
Slapping up Botulus on HQ.
Oh, if they flip this turn, so that's 2 credits and gaining 1 length. This is just like it makes the HQ10 a lot rougher.
Yeah, it's not optimal when the runner is on that much money. But you might still like push it if you have 2 economic warfares. But
Mhm.
that's a hand that you probably don't have there. Oh, and the
Galter.
bottle is
Another
important.
turn just setting up.
So it is much better at actually breaking things than MK Ultra, I will say. MK Ultra is kind of not always the best
Looking
at
like
actually
this.
breaking.
Yes, looking like this list is on more.
So the other thing I'm wondering here is we've seen Begalter. Are we going to see a non-Black Orchestra Dakota? Like, are we going to see Buzzsaw? Are we going to see Turbine?
I think I could see like Unity being imported if you want to play like these good breakers. With Unity being only 2 influence.
Using
I mean, Unity's
raindrops to check the board.
good. I'm not sure Unity is amazingly better than Buzzsaw.
If you're not on like Cleaver, Turbine, it probably is, but like paying huge amounts of credits to break a Fairchild 3 or something like that is going to be rough.
I haven't seen a Fairchild 3 in months. Like, actually months. Playing J-Knight casuals.
Yeah, it depends really much on the deck, but there are still like big code gates that you want to break. Stuff like DNA Tracker and
DNA Tracker, if anyone fully advances like a Mausolus, that's pretty big.
yeah, and stuff
Although
like
it doesn't get any stronger.
Gatekeeper and
Gatekeeper, but I mean, Gatekeeper's only 6 strength once.
yeah, but you res it on the run you want to actually get in. It's going to be hard.
Yes.
Okay, we do see a Bankheart and a DJ Fenris come down.
DJ Steve.
And immediately responding with another ice on HQ.
Another ice on
seems
HQ,
entirely reasonable.
Yeah, Steve has pretty good ability.
Can still get in here with Bankar on HQ. Oh, sucks up that Botulus with the magnet.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see
it
if
losing a
Endless Eula. Oh,
So I do
Clip
think Endless
doesn't like that
Eula's
one.
been coming in some as yeah, it's pretty good against Paperclip. It's also pretty good against Banhar.
yeah, like
Yes.
insta killing Banghar runners is pretty funny.
That's why I like running one in my Asmari lists. Pretty
Of course,
sad into Cleaver, but
it's pretty vulnerable against the person that plays Egret and then plays Persephone.
Yes,
I'm willing to
Virat
take the chances
charging
against
those
that player,
cards.
I reckon.
I think you'll win because you've got a rest of the deck and they've got an Egret and a Persephone, but
Yeah, exactly.
But I was playing some Jank the other day, and I installed 2 Persephones, and then ran through a Eula that turned into a Sentry, and let me tell you, being build 12 is not sustainable as the Corp.
And there's the Unity
is a
that comes down.
Unity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're playing good breakers, real breakers.
Yeah, looks like a bit older style of Reg Hoshiko with importing boomerangs and other ways to get into servers.
Traces through the IP block, finds a
And-
gaslight.
I did see a light the fire trash.
Yeah, and I
From the
think
one
losing
that
the
damaged.
Stargate is also like really important in this position.
Yeah, getting to Stargate, R&D, maybe snipe the booms.
And we
Biased
play biased
reporting.
reporting.
Need to actually read
Wait,
this
what does that
card.
card even do?
Yeah, same.
Okay, you get a bunch
Yeah.
of credits unless the runner trashes their
So you get
card.
some money.
Yeah.
You get a bunch of money if the runner has a big board state unless they trash their board state.
Seems like a decent include. Probably a bit hard to play because you cannot play it early, but right now it was like 6 credits, I believe.
Yeah, it's 6 credits, but like the runner can blow up their stuff so you don't get 6 credits and they get 3 credits instead, which is like these aren't quite the right assets for that, but
Yeah, but if you call like programs or something, I don't think the runner is probably blowing those up really often. But yeah, the card looks pretty situational.
But like I've also played against like atoms that have had like 10 resources on the board where they just have 3 logic bombs sitting out. They've got
Forcing
their
out 2 spin doctors
directives.
with a single run here. Paladin coming down.
Yeah, just putting down some economy.
Just making loads of money.
We've got lots of money. We've got a paperclip in the bin. We've
Another
Another
got
guy's
biased reporting. Resource
Okay.
this time.
Yeah. There are more resources, so seems good. And I presume we're just going to start poking R&D with Maul. Yep.
A second Endless Eula.
I don't even know why we're installing this
Decides to install the paperclip. To hippo it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are
Yeah.
actually installing it because it was bank hard, so you cannot let the subs fire.
True.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, Baghar's on R&D, yes.
Yeah, but if you misclick
Yep, I
that and
agree.
it's going to be pretty embarrassing. But yeah, getting the Endless Eula out with the hippo must feel pretty nice.
Yep. And I think we're just
Seeing
gonna
the third
pressure
spin doctor.
R&D. Like we're just gonna pressure R&D with Maul for the rest of the game.
Barroweye spend the last few turns just making a load of money. See if they're gonna. Oh. Was that a misclick on firing the spin doctor?
Yeah, I think they might have clicked out the like wrong cards or something.
Alright, so 3 credits. and
Yeah,
then they're
taking
gonna
a
fire the
different
spin.
cards.
Yeah, Spin Doctor.
Cleaning up the
Unknown.
server for repression stall.
IS is a little bit low on money here, but also has like real breakers that are actually efficient.
Puts Bankar on R&D again.
Yeah. Alright, we're just taking
That's the
turn
rest
off.
of the turn.
Keep cutting back up.
Yep.
Yeah, feeding that corporation with 2 credits, but I don't think that's going to matter in this game.
Triple advance. Bankar now going on the
So?
remote.
It's a triple advance. There is a spicy line here. We could be on re-education neurospike.
That is very true.
Yeah, that could be. There's no influence band yet seen, so
Yes, I'm kind of liking that theory with what we've seen of the list so far.
it
Advanced
also can
advance.
be like a reversed account or something
Which
that you.
this could be a nasty turn. Yep. Advance. Oh no, it's just a Bologna.
Okay, well that's
Getting
I mean
excited for nothing.
it's
we
still good
we
to get the
hyped
points
ourselves
on the
up.
board.
Oh, I guess we'll just score some agenda points. Oh,
I know
boy.
we'll have to come closer to winning.
I think like Neurospike is pretty weak win condition here because you have the more just taking them out every turn.
So my question for you is, in a game set like this, with Router Mall going, how frequently do we want to go check archives?
I
Well,
think it depends on how quickly you're losing, because normally you just hit out like core cards that the corporation uses to win out the game.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't go checking it too often. I think like there's not a really
yeah,
card amount I would check it at. I would check it at when the corporation is winning or when I need 1 or 2 points more to win.
yes. At this point, with only one spin doctor left,
Remaining, yeah.
you've got a pretty free hand.
Mhm.
Personally, I would probably check it more than is necessary, seeing as, results-oriented thinking. I'm pretty sure not checking it enough, and my last CO lost me a game. Let the corp draw an attitude adjustment, shuffle everything back.
Yeah.
Yeah, finding the balance is hard because
Yeah,
you only remember the times that you get punished for not checking or checking too much.
I'm currently liking 1x attitude adjustment in a lot of NBN decks because you're running gaslights. If you like, it's tutorable archives fixing.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's
Depends on your agenda suite, I think. Like what your overall game plan is.
Yeah, if you're playing like a Glacier deck, I find that pretty reasonable. But in like this economic warfare,
Yeah.
Laura's Mary deck,
Augustus
Well, I'm
Augustus
playing Big
apparently
Beals, so
has punitive counterstrike on the mind, which isn't a terrible idea given the sheer amount of money Barrel Eye has been making.
yeah, I think also Punitive
true.
is a really easy card to forget that exists, and then you just die to it sometimes. Also, like the math here is really hard to decide if you can actually die to it. With 24 credits, it seems pretty hard for the corporation to get you with 2 punitives.
Going in with their Stargate and still having a more.
Mhm.
Seeing Spin Doctor, Rashida, Macrophage.
Yeah, this is the last Spin Doctor in the deck, so either trashing it here or going back to trash it might be decent, because now you can actually get the more triggers and guarantee that the agendas and cards are not coming back.
Yeah, does trash the Spin Doctor with the Stargate.
Now the question just is, do you run server 5 here? Or running
Going
HQ?
HQ. If there is a punitive or a neurospike in there, it's a bit harder to keep it keep the combo pieces in hand when you're facing down a Moor.
Yeah, and Augustus also gets the Steve trigger from here,
Exactly.
so you get Fermenter, or you get
Does
Valiant.
see a punitive from hand.
I think he probably saw it
and
off the R&D at
trashes.
some point.
Possibly, yeah. And trashes a different card with more. But does leave the window open. Barrelitis or another Bologna.
So Corporation is now on game point. And might even have like fast advanced tools to check out the remote. So
Stargate back into R&D. Sees the
Double
macrophage, Rashida,
macrophage.
and another macrophage.
And even if Corp doesn't have fast advanced tools, there's still a potential of 15 minutes or post-truth dividend. Just
Yeah,
smart
I
of
think
2-1.
might be necessary enough to check HQ here. Just to make sure
In a-
that you're not dying to like the fast advance.
I would assume a punitive list would be on 6 3-pointers.
Yeah, I would guess so, but there's
Sees
still
Bologna.
the 2 points.
Sees Bologna from HQ. Are they concerned about
Do they want to steal?
another punitive? Exactly. Paying 5 puts you pretty low.
Yeah, going down to 5 means that you actually probably die if they have 2 in hand.
No,
But
leaves
deciding
it.
not to steal.
Trashes. Yeah, and trashes a different card with more.
Yep, and putting the situation right back in there. So now you need to steal it or just
Yes.
lose to the score.
Yep.
This is a nasty fork right here.
I mean, you have to steal it because playing those cards a guaranteed
Exactly.
lose, and stealing it is.
Decides to pay to break the first OP block.
Do you here go and check R&D just to hope that you get one of the punitive out from hand?
Well, on the one hand, you could hit a punitive. On the other hand, you could hit send a message, and you will die.
Yeah, that's... Or stealing... Oh, double!
Oh,
Oh, what?
but
Hang on.
checks the
That's
bin,
huge.
finds presumably 2 more agendas.
Yeah, so I mean, punitive wants to set up for the 6-point punitive. Because the 3-point punitive is not
Yeah.
reliable.
Yeah, that's the second punitive as well.
Big deal. Double punitive in hand, incredible.
Yeah,
That
but
was
I
a
mean,
bit
just
of a fun twist on the Asmari list.
look,
Yeah,
you never
definitely.
need to worry about being punitive for 7.
So
Unless
still 25
Unless
minutes
you
left in the
somehow
round.
got a
you add news
unless there was
teams.
somehow a exactly.
News team punitive. It's the next evolution of the meta.
Yep. The evolution just as the last moment of the rotation.
Game 2.
I mean, we'll still have punitive. We'll still have send a message. And I know what the message is. It's corporations are people, and it's very personal.
I think table 1 is on the first game.
That
Or
should...
the second game, sorry.
Yeah. I'm checking to see if any games are... if any of them happen to be on there first. And in fact, I think table 9 is. We've already
Yeah,
seen
that seems...
Scarius.
I think we have
We've
seen
also seen
both players
Groundhog.
there.
Yeah, we've seen both players there.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We have seen both players on table 9, and I think the game just ended. I think table 11 also ended one game. Not sure if they're on the first or second one, though. There also might be 2-for-1s at this point. No, just one.
Did we see Groundhog? Is that right?
I believe
Yeah,
so, but
we
can
we've
still
seen
check out the
Groundhog
game
Day,
because
sure.
it's just started.
We might have seen them briefly. Since it has just started, though, I am going to.
Yeah, watching a full game is always nice.
During table 9.
Yep. And I believe like next round is going to be where the people start 2-for-1ing.
All right. Riot
Riot
suppression.
suppression.
All right, I'm into
Oh.
this list.
All right, suppression and Hendrik again. Okay. So we're going really heavy into the click denial and the core angle here.
Yeah, I have seen some of these like riot suppression HHN decks that used to be at
Oh yeah,
some
that's
point.
There's the riot
interesting.
suppression.
Yeah, it could just be an HHN here. They're only at 3 credits for the runner.
Not this time though.
Okay, we've got a very low tempo turn for the runner here.
Yes, putting down a single no free lunch.
Yeah, riot suppression allowing them to get the Rashid off.
Honestly, when you know they have a Hendrik, I'm not sure you want to go around poking all of the servers on the off chance one's a Rashida anyways.
Yeah, especially with like one click on turn.
A very wide board here for Groundhog.
Sports.
Is there a Hendrik hiding somewhere? Is there an agenda?
We have
hiding
seen a Hendrik
somewhere?
in HQ from the jailbreak earlier.
Yeah, it might be like Buster Bogus and some like what's the core damage the trap called? Cerebral overwriters and stuff like that.
Carmen coming out
Carmen.
here.
This could potentially be a startup list based on what we've seen
Yeah, actually, this could be a startup
of it
list.
so far.
I have to go check the footage from the last Scarius game we watched. Because we've seen Scarius before.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it was against CTM, so we didn't really get to see what the deck like could do completely.
But Carmen's sort of definitely a bit of an interesting inclusion.
I think Carmen is a decent breaker, but it's just comparing itself to the Bugalter that is so harsh.
I think it breaks tier cheaper.
Yeah, and actually I think it breaks the
I'd have to run the
Anansi at
numbers
the
on.
same costs at first, and then it's cheaper, so it's better against bigger eyes, but
Oh, steals a Mega Pre off the table. Not amazing for the runner. Giving it 2 cards to the corp. Turning
yeah.
on the other Mega Pre's. And finds
I just lose
another
the click.
Hendrik on the table.
I just lose the click here.
Yeah,
I think,
luckily running it as the last click of the turn. Or they had one more click left, I mean.
I mean, Harvard should also be better against Trebuchet.
Scores a Luminal off the table.
Luminal's great.
That's a pretty bold play.
As one of the not very many 2-point agendas, it's always nice to actually
Another
have
riot
these.
suppression.
Okay. And we're installing a thing. I think these are just value riot suppressions.
Looks like it, yeah. What a wild deck.
Okay, so actually, we talk about like one of the things about HHN, right, is that the runner has to just skip their next turn because they spend it clearing tags. But like landing HHN is annoying. You have to have money, or the runner has to be poor, and they have to have run.
Yeah, it's not completely like a good deck. It's just a deck that I have seen at some point that run riot suppression.
Mhm.
Never seen the card
Yeah,
otherwise. So.
historically, the downside on riot suppression probably wasn't enough to force you to take the clicks, but with ontological dependence, makes it a much tougher decision.
Yeah.
And snapping the last on
Rips,
Mega Breaks
yeah.
out of the hand.
Sports Metal gaining $2 off of that steal.
Yeah, not the worst situation for Sports Metal, but Zaya at least has like money stored away on the Penny Shaver and on the
And they're receiving
no
cracked.
and going
Another inside
R&D
job
this time.
on unresed ice. Feels like a very cautious play. Using it with the ice not even being resed yet.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty like a bit too safe in my opinion, but
I'm liking the inclusions of the inside jobs. I'm not always liking how they're being played as much.
yeah, using them on the like central servers when you don't have to is pretty tough. And running the Nightmare Archives is rough.
Yeah.
Trading
Like using an
-1
inside
point
job.
for a credit on Penny Shader.
I think using inside job for just access on R&D or HQ is not an exciting payoff.
Yeah, there
so
on
paying...
like GLC there has been like pretty much like a good amount of talk on the value of R&D runs. The value of just checking for a single of R&D is not actually that huge. So using a card and 2 credits just to look at one card often ends up not giving you the value you want.
So I will say inside job can actually be really strong tech, double biotic. Yep, just has to hard score the ontological.
Okay.
But going to 6 points, so...
Yeah. And now bifurcations. Okay, I do like this legwork. This legwork I like.
Yeah, you clear out the HQ and make sure that you don't lose on the next turn.
Yeah.
Steals one of the 2 remaining ontologicals. That's a pretty important one.
And also legwork's just really nice in Zaya where you just get the credits back.
Yeah, it's a good card in like many decks, and especially here.
Kind of hard to find space these days. Ooh, Gatekeeper firing this.
Yeah, the corporation just
up.
drawing back to 3.
Pretty rough, yeah.
Unless this is a genius plan with another legwork.
Oh yeah, if we legwork back in, click the penny shaver and legwork HQ right now.
Yeah, that would be pretty genius. Going
Okay.
back to check there at least.
Yeah, I don't hate it, honestly.
Be reasonable.
Yeah, you just get the credit back of penny shaver, so.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's
Oh,
the Narc
nasty.
Taking it as a point is minus point is interesting. Because you often can eat 1 core damage against these like core damage decks because
Yeah,
ontological
Auto is only-
was 2-3, not a 2-2.
Yeah. Available clearance for cards. Get some nice click-free draw.
Oh, and then Audacity.
Audacity.
Yeah, that's rough.
The Vitruvius.
Just finding the correct cards there.
Mm-hmm. That Gatekeeper hit was massive.
Yeah. Not sure if our stream runner is here to change the screen, but
Yes, we'll have to collectively watch another game and describe the exact board state to all the viewers.
yeah,
No.
radio Netrunner.
Nah, I'm here. I've got it. Pick your table and we'll go.
What table could be interesting? Table 2 probably started like the most recently, if we want to watch like a complete game.
I believe that the bottom games are the ones most recently started. I want to say table 2 then would be the one going for the longest.
It
Have we
should
watched either of
filter
the?
out. Yeah.
Have we watched either of the players on table 5?
Well, we haven't seen either of the players, so table 5 would.
Yeah, we've not
Be
seen
nice
either
of that.
player on table 5.
And it is another like Hoshiko mat deck, so. And this could be like a situation where the game ends pretty fast as we join as well.
Yeah, this is turn 17.
We love to show up to a board state. To just show up in media res and just ask, what's going on here? Oh my goodness.
Well, they're trying to get into an Acme server, which has a BioVault and probably a Bologna on 2 advancement counters, which is a game if they can't score it.
Yeah, at
We
least
have
they
2
at least they
paper
have
clips on the board right now. I'm wondering what situation caused that to happen.
maybe a Paladin poem where you don't want to trash it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've banned hard through the first data ward the first time.
So it costs, and the other data word actually is like
The other
3
data word
credits basically.
doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
okay,
this
I guess
data
3 credits.
ward is 3 credits.
So how much does the toll boost actually cost you? Like 9, I believe.
9, yeah.
So
It's 2 boosts
9,
and then
7, 10, 9. I don't think you have money without cracking one of the fermenters here. Yep.
Biovault.
Gets
Pops of
best.
Vault.
And thinking about how can we get back into the server 1 again.
Gonna have to crunch some numbers here.
Yep, I believe it's 9 plus 10, so 19 credits to get back in. And if it's on a Bellona, you can then steal it.
Yeah. And like if it's an NGO and you run through this,
Yeah, I think
for
like
them to just pop their NGO, like
yeah, and even if it's on like the send a message, you still
Mhm.
cannot really like win the game after that because you then need to completely get your econ
Decided to
rolling back
pivot
again.
at this point to R&D.
yep, wood's not there. We've got the Thimblerig Surf. We're
Yeah,
just
the
gonna-
Yeah,
Thimble
Thimble
Rig,
Rig
yes.
costing 9 credits.
credits to get in here.
This is why you don't hate to be playing Black Orchestra.
Yeah. I do think the fact that Black Orchestra is so prominent is really boosting Thimblerig stocks because, like, to Black Orchestra, basically all small and medium ice are equally mediocre.
Yeah, but then you really are hurting when the opponent uses something. Oh, it was an
Okay, it was a send a message.
Yeah.
could have gotten
So
in,
they
but
could have, yeah.
and I think
Yes, crashing the fermenter, I think that would have been enough to get in.
yeah, I think that was the first game, so we can watch the second half of this one probably.
Oh, no way. Cool.
Yes, that was a very long one, as
Yeah, I think that
Acme is wont to be.
the games refill on like the newest one is on top.
No.
In my opinion, I think so.
Jai was on the right. Which means he would have corped second.
Okay, so that was game 2,
Oh,
probably.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the first game was like Asmari and Hoshiko, so that could have gone really fast.
Still, 17 turns in doesn't feel like it would be the most recent one. I don't know.
Let's see here.
I think we have
Have
seen.
we-
I don't only table we haven't seen the players on is probably table 1.
Yeah, I was about
You
to
seen the
say.
players on table 4?
We have
we
We've
have
seen
Zoe.
Zoe, but not Wiki, I don't think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Let's let's take a look.
Yeah, so another Acme game with
Another
this
Acme
time-
Hoshiko.
yeah, this time no agenda scored yet. So this might run a bit longer than the last ones.
I'm all about it.
So looking at server 2,
Yeah, both into a thimble rig. Not the ideal setup.
Thimblerig will fix that for you eventually. Right,
Yeah.
like you swap the Thimblerig with the outside ice, and then you swap the Thimblerig in.
Yeah, it just takes a bit of a time, but I think you're not running out of that in this matchup.
Yeah. I was playing the other day a deck with Thimblerigs, and I played against a kit running Inversificator and Mass Driver. And we had so many things to think about when it came to how we were moving around ice.
Did you feel like you had a Tenma line installed, just shuffling everything around all over the board?
Stuff was migrating across the board at a rapid rate. Which was a lot of fun, honestly.
So they're getting like, it's hard to get like consistent more value here. It's hard to get like consistent anything value here, basically.
Yeah, like what you're here to run through that award with a tag to get a ball trigger? Like,
Yeah,
no.
I think like actually like the best thing you can get is like on HQ with the toll booth getting botulus already.
Yeah, still costing you 6.
Yeah, it's not costing you 6. Like 3 for
Yeah,
encountering the
it's
toll
not
booth and 3 to break the
not
thimble
cheap.
rig.
But like on R&D it costs you even more, and
Oh, definitely.
that looks like a spin doctor on the server 4. But might as well go check it, because if it's not on spin doctor, you get the more value for free. And
if it is a spin doctor, you want to force them to use it at a time of your choice, not a time of their choice.
yeah, exactly.
And they do just that.
Oh, it's Arashida.
It's Rashida.
And decides to trash it without getting the more value.
Honestly, I would have mauled it and then run back.
Yeah, I think I would have probably done the same.
Agree.
But it's a hard line to see after like playing multiple games. And
Heading up with a Liberated and a Bankar.
yeah, Bank are a bit scary against like stuff like Data Ward and stuff like that, but still good.
Yeah, I mean, Data Ward still has 4 subs.
Yeah, it's going to hurt running through there consistently. Even
But
Big Hashiko is going to hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, and overinstalling on server 2, so that looks like a Biovolt into a Spin Doctor right now. Shuffling out something. Might be an
I don't
agenda.
know why we needed to put the Spin Doctor in server 2.
You probably didn't need to. You might just be taking it out as well with these installs. Hard to say what was there on the start of turn.
I mean, if they were, well, supposing they didn't have Daily Quest in their hand before they res the Spin Doctor.
Yeah, there's multiple ways that is the correct line.
Could for some foreseeable reason want a card in server 2 to be trashed. You're allowed to trash any of the cards in that server, even if
True.
the new one doesn't.
Might be actually like an agenda that you don't want to score right now because you don't have the economy to. So you overinstall it with Spin
To
Doctor.
res everything on that server, yeah.
P-block is not really the address you want, but it'll be fixed eventually.
Yeah, and still costs 3 with the toss after that. You just want to tax the runner out with anything you got. And there being a Biovault, this is still costing like a huge amounts of credits. Like Amco Ultra with the install costs 10 credits here.
Yeah.
But
these traces are only for 3, and Toshiko's flipped, so if she's got a link.
Yeah, and you probably can just eat one of the damage and
you can eat 1 damage and lose a credit because
oh,
one.
I for some reason thought had like pretty bad subroutines, or like the ones that you don't want to let fire, but
if you're tag me.
Yeah, for tag me it's probably monstrous, but just eating one damage.
As an outer piece of ice, you count as having 2 tags, lose 2, take 2 damage.
So the other thing, right?
Still not what you don't really want though. as you're out
Is
in most scenarios, though. I don't
so,
think.
so the other thing is it can go on the outside of a data ward.
Yeah,
to get
exactly.
multiple data ward
Which may
like
be
triggers.
which may be why the Biovolt was popped here. Not enough money to res the data ward behind both.
Yeah, and you're either way losing the Biovolt if you don't pop it.
Exactly.
So you just want to keep the daily quest there.
And running back here is actually pretty awkward because you've got one click right now. So you can clear the tag, or you can run back and counter Thoth and end your turn on 2 tags.
Yeah, and then just eat a Market Force or something.
In a Market Forces, eat a Spicy Boom.
Yeah, so
Like-
I think they're purging here. Cannot let the runner get 12 credits out of Fermenter, I believe.
Oh,
No,
not
just
purging,
clicking for
we're
credits.
Just clicking for credits.
We did
Is
not.
Is the runner going to be like brave enough not to take the Fermenter credits on 12? Or
Restore, presumably to get back that Biovolt.
Data
Data
Ward.
Ward.
Data Ward on outside. Interesting.
They're not.
Restore is actually like a pretty decent way to recover stuff that you can install.
Yeah, so I mean, with the extra 3 they're spending
did they
for the.
Oh yeah, that's
Forgot the extra 1 they needed to pay for restore to res it.
yeah, I might still do the same line, but trash one of the eyes, or just do a completely different action there.
So I'm sort of surprised they didn't use the Thimble Rig at the start of their turn to start fixing their ice positioning.
Might be that there's not too much to fix there right now. You still want data ward on R&D and
I'd swap the Thimble Rig and the IP block on server 2.
that makes, yeah, that could be the line, but that makes server 2 even easier to run this turn.
Yeah, it depends what the unresed ice is.
If
Wouldn't
you're
be
breaking it, it's
surprised
free either
If
way.
he was happy, moderately happy with this setup. So instead, that third click just taking another credit.
Yeah, and also if you're changing Thimble Rig out, then like HQ starts to be a really nice place to run.
I mean, the IP block is still 3 for Paperclip, the same as Thimble Rig is for Black Orchestra.
Oh, yeah, right. But with the link that the runner might get at some point, it starts to cost 2 for you. So
Yeah,
I can see both lines here. I think it's hard to call one like optimal over each other. Depends on the cards in hand and what the different eyes on the table are.
Yeah, well, seeing as their plan that they had their mind on was to restore that data ward, they probably weren't thinking about the Thimble Rig in that situation, because they weren't thinking that the IP block would be the one on the
Yeah.
outside anymore.
And installing the free MK Ultra.
And then not using it because they don't want to spend 9.
9, yeah.
Yeah, not the eyes you want to break there.
Like they could just pay into the traces for
Yeah, for cheaper.
great. Like just pay face value on 2 traced forwards, and that's cheaper than.
Oh, and the
Toll
boost,
booth.
that hurts. But runner corporation goes down to 2 credits.
Yeah.
And the runner can bounce back here pretty nicely with the fermenter.
Yes, that's spicy brew going in that fermenter.
Yeah, I was
And yeah, they pop it. Leaving
I
it
was
would
just
be
thinking about
extremely greedy at this point.
Well, they-
yeah, I think the corporation insta purchase if you leave it out there.
yeah.
Oh, and another
A new
Daily
daily
quest.
quest.
And honestly, I think the runner will just take them up on that and maybe finish drinking the Liberator and come back.
Yeah, it's hard because now it actually starts costing you like huge amounts of money. Oh, a pinhole threading is huge here.
Oh yeah, this pinhole's so good.
Yeah, bringing down the daily quest for like 4 credits instead of paying.
No.
Like-
You even get
No, you actually don't get it because it's on a successful run.
Yeah,
not on
on
the
the
actual.
successful
yeah,
run
yeah.
on the server.
Yeah, that's one of those weird
right.
things you have to just know.
Right. You can. I spent pinhole my daily quest to go trash something else.
Yeah, for the ultimate value. Asset spam daily quest
Dirty
would be an
laundry.
interesting deck.
Checking
And-
in for effectively free.
And then run back to trash the daily quest. I was so sad. That was such a good line.
Yeah. Is this a third one? No, just an
Still
NGO
advance,
front, probably.
advance.
Could be another Biovault.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what this could be like.
Could just be a means to eke out a win if time gets called in the next 7 minutes.
Could
Yes,
be.
we are
Yeah, could be.
starting
be a-
to get down to the wire.
Yeah, you
Turn
need to be
17, no points on the board.
Yeah, I think
Could-
there's agenda somewhere on central servers. Like HQ
Yeah.
must have something in it. Granted, we don't know what happened before we joined. If there's like attitude adjustment and spin doctors that might have shuffled out 4 agendas.
Yeah. There's only one attitude out at the moment.
So I will say there's an outside chance that they're running like one ubiquitous Vig as daily quest number 4.
I think that
I think it's
starts
pretty low
costing.
odds.
Yeah, that they like ubiquitous week is decent in Prav, where you don't have to advance it yourself.
Yeah.
But with you like needing to spend a
Mm,
turn
or with Lacoste out of Acme, but
Yeah,
doesn't seem like a Lacoste list.
It's also doing the Lacoste
we've seen.
ubiquitous Vig Sandberg
Oh, don't talk about that deck.
a couple months ago.
Um,
And watches just all of their ice games 2 strike the turn. It's certainly something.
yeah, Sandberg is one of those cards I'm not complaining at all that is going.
Oh, looks like. So
Oh.
may have wanted to do something there.
Maybe you saw like
Biovault.
Biovault or something. Oh,
Have
might be
something-
like an NGO front into
NGO
RS.
into res, yeah.
Yeah.
Or it could be, hear me out here, a pop-up window.
Yeah, it might be an ice wall
That
as well.
is
or something.
technically possible.
It is
There are
in
options there.
faction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
NGO
You're right, NGO.
into what? Free to pay.
F2P.
Costs runner 6 to actually break it, so not happening this time.
4.
But you actually
I
can
can just break it
use
for
the
4 using
You can
yeah,
use
subroutine.
you can use the ability, so it's only 4.
Yeah, normally you never can use that against Acme, but right here. Can you let either of the subroutines fire here? Probably not.
The runner can take a tag, but they just spend 2 to clear it and to click, so...
Yeah. But let's it fire.
Also, the thing is,
Have
if
an
they let it
installed card for the grip.
fire...
Oh, probably just misclicked.
Yeah.
Misclicked the fire ability and then decided to break. Oh, there's a send a message in going to the bin, maybe.
Into the bin, yeah.
Seeing NGO send a message data ward off of Stargate.
Might be hard. There could be another spin doctor on HQ, so you really cannot get the send a message this turn.
think
And
that's
there's probably going to
time
be the
about
5 minutes
called?
warning here.
Yeah, 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3
3
minutes
minute
remaining.
warning. Yeah, I think it's going to.
Does trash the send a message.
So might like want to push out an agenda right here if he has one in hand.
Yes, may end up going 3-3.
That would guarantee a tie, and if it's on Bellona, you still have a time to get like another one.
We're not doing it instantly.
Oh, restores the.
Restoring. Restore the send a message. Yep, advance.
Yep.
Yeah,
Now
that
you
seems...
don't have credits to score it next turn, but it's going to be hard for the runner to get in anywhere right now.
Fun fact about that one: Restore says install and res, but because an agenda, it can't be resed. You can just install it. That's fine. In real life, you have to reveal
have
that
to
it's an
reveal-
agenda to show
Yeah.
that you cannot res it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you actually have to reveal it, or do you just
You do
say
have to
that
reveal
it's
Yes,
it.
you have to.
Alright,
You have to
yeah.
reveal it.
And I
don't know,
believe it's
couldn't you
also in
call
the
a
case
judge
that
to
if
confirm that you've made a legal play, and
no, it's you can install it and then you can res it, and by going to res it, show that it is a card that you cannot res. I believe it's also the case that because it says paying all costs, like you can install a card and then show that you can't pay to res it. But
Yeah, that's what happened with that data ward earlier.
yeah.
so
That data ward was probably face up at the time, but if it had been face down.
Yeah, that's one of those like weird rulings that happens from time to time. Can they actually get in here this turn? Yeah,
Yeah.
just and
They just
Yep,
let everything fire.
Just
Like,
yeah, going down to 1, but
and that should be time in the round, so this is probably going to be it.
okay, so Acme can maybe score 15 minutes, which is
not enough.
not
Not
enough.
enough.
Yeah, I think it's like punitive could be a thing, but I don't really see it happening.
Click for credit, play punitive.
All right,
Yeah.
so they just conceded.
Yeah.
Conceded without conceding, but
all right, well, that I believe wraps up. Well, maybe.
yeah, the one game is still going, but the judges probably are going to tell their times coming up.
I'm going to take a look. Y'all will have to go to Bridgman stream. Not y'all in the call. You're still.
Yeah, I was going to check it as well. And playing some Radio Netrunner It's the board stats is looking really interesting. But looks like Bridgman is eking it out.
Yeah, that was the last turn there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, just getting one hard-hitting nose back in. Sending the tags and taking the moral victory. I would have won next turn if you just couldn't clear the tags or something. And
Just because it's being mentioned in chat, there is no game in stream just because time's already been called, so there's no point pulling up to show this deck. We'll most likely see him. We'll probably
yeah, I
see
think
him.
Bridgman is probably going to the top of the standings, so they might even get in by IDing. I'm not actually sure what the top cut is going to be though.
It is a cut to top 3. Single-sided, single elimination. So
yeah, like cutting to 3 is super tough for all of the players because even if you are on like 18 points, you still might get eked out by someone going 2 for 1 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But 18 should be like safe enough. Not sure if anybody managed that though.
Well, let me take a look here, see what we've...
Gentuna and Camilla tied, Corp splitted, and Bridgman and Kira. Not sure yet about that much. The score should be updated quickly.
And we'll be having a brief break after pairing the next round, according to our head judge.
Just a nice 5 minutes, get a stretch break, get some water break.
Yeah, that sounds decent.
But everyone don't go too far. Our head judge, Princess Space Kitten, may want to talk to the stream briefly about the upcoming Worlds tournament.
Yeah. Of course, she's busy at the moment, judging and running for the most part the AMT. So hopefully, should be just a couple moments here. And let's see, do we have standings after round 3 yet?
Not yet. We're still missing Bridgman and Kira's results. Did they split or was that a Bridgman sweep? Looks like Bridgman swept that round, so Bridgman is in the lead with 18 points, with 3 players on 15.
Yeah, we could pull the standings up on stream, perhaps. Oh, yeah, we've got them there.
So here I believe Bridgman is fine with ID, and other players need to either 2 for 1 or get in by the strength of schedule.
Yep. But yeah, we are just now being joined by the lovely host of the evening, Miss Princess Space Kitten. If you would like to take it from here.
Thank you so much.
Oh, 1 second. Let me supremely boost your volume.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm just here to let everyone know that you've got a couple of new articles on our website. One of them is the announcement for the tickets that will for the World Championship of 2023 that will be hosted in Barcelona the 13th, 14th, and 15th of October at the absolutely incredible, beautiful Casa Rius that are sponsoring our event. And you also can find in the blog a volunteer call to help out at the same event. We're going to be looking for judges, data entry people, sales people, and a couple of stream managers. Wing, wing, guys. And also tons of commentators and side event organizers that want to collaborate with us to make some nice spots during the Sunday Cup. And this year, we're gonna be offering all volunteers up to 60 euros of travel-related expenses per day. And also, like every single year, they will have a special volunteer exclusive alt art card, and they will receive a playset of that one. I'm gonna post the link to our website on the Twitch in a second, and I would love to thank you in advance for everyone's time and listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, PSK. Y'all heard it, folks. Come join, come volunteer at Worlds 2023, or come to Worlds 2023 and enjoy all of the hard work put forth by the volunteers. If you're on the fence, don't be. It's a blast. And also keep an eye out for should be posting soon. Run Together 2023, the fan alt art fundraiser for those who might need some financial assistance getting to Worlds. Keep an eye peeled for that. Two. You should have already applied for that, but keep an eye out for buying it to help those people get to Worlds, and also to get some cool alt arts. I might have done one.
Exciting.
Absolutely
Thank you
no
so much.
conflict
I'm
of
gonna go
interest
back.
here. No, of course not.
Sorry, I'm gonna go back to work. Thank you so much for having
Yes,
me.
thanks very much.
Thanks again, PSK.
Thanks for all your efforts. Yes, and thanks to all the efforts of anyone who is willing to, put forward their time to help such a big community event like Worlds to happen.
Yeah, I think like events like this can't really happen without all of the volunteer work.
All right.
So I think the pairings are up right now. I think we should like look at some of the games on tables 2 to 4 with chances that people are making the cut in those games. Looking at
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Camilla play or golf, I guess I'll call them.
I think that's John 2 now.
Yeah, it likes
I
to
see. Yeah. Yeah.
come in with the cool names here. What do you think then?
Unique
Table
names.
2?
Table 2 could be nice.
Okay.
I also think that's not an 2 for 1. So, they're asking for a 2 for 1 and declined. So, table 2 should be 2 games as well. So, we can follow that story whole way through. If it's fine for both of the players.
A nice full saga.
Looks like it's good to stream, and starting with the typical PE opening of just spamming 3 remotes.
Guess what number I'm thinking
It's
of? It's Personal
haven't-
Evolution.
We haven't
We have
seen a
the-
PE yet tonight. It's a desperate world where PE is a breath of fresh air.
So like this so far is looking like very classic PE. This is just I'm gonna slam things down on the table and it's time for you to make some guesses.
Yeah, I think this eliminates like 2 of the 4 different PE variations. So it still might be like the shell game trap deck or the like Jinteki asset spam deck.
Mhm.
And maybe some mixture of those 2. So finding one of
Ripping
the
a hybrid release.
Mm. And not actually resing anything on the start of the turn.
Stacking up server 1.
Yeah, I think this
Probably
is looking a bit.
size or Warlords.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think this is looking a bit like the asset spam version with Keeling and Warroad Tracker on server 1.
Ion car is being assembled.
And this is not like an especially big Koshiko. This is like
Prana condenser. Mm.
yeah, product condenser.
All right, so
Product condenser is 100% in the Keeling list. It's actually just so good economically also.
Yeah.
yeah, it's wild how much economy it can give you with like even if you install it on Hokusai grid or something like that.
Mm-hmm. But if we're just gonna steal agendas and win,
You are having to go to deal with on server 1 at some point, but if you don't have anything to lose on the Warroad Tracker, it actually isn't that scary for you.
yeah. We just click off last tick of liberated, and then we just go server 1.
Yeah, but even here, if the prana gets too big, you still are in a real danger of dying because
Yes.
the corp can do something like Reaper function into prana condenser into.
Or they can just do like product condenser, blood in the water, blood in the water.
Yeah, exactly. So there's actually prana condenser is two
Oh,
clicks
product
to
condenser,
activate.
clicks. Okay, yeah, but you can still do like product condenser, blood in the water.
Yeah, still there are real dangers of dying there. And it's always like scary playing against PE when you can't draw into all of your cards in hand and PE is having huge amounts of money because you just might die from anywhere.
Yeah, like this product condenser has already generated 9 credits. Like this asset generated 8 credits, like net so far, and is still threatening to just kill you. This is not an econ asset.
Mhm.
This is a kill asset. That's
Yeah,
also the credit positive.
Yeah, running for it.
Yeah, looks
Yeah.
like it's trying to be cleared now. Pressing 1 warrior tracker. And
Okay.
is there going to be rest anything else?
I don't even know why we're pushing this forward. I mean, I guess we're getting rid of one.
And the second
We're
one.
getting rid of the dream nut. I don't know why we pressed the second one.
Just making sure maybe that the Dreamnet is
It's-
going.
Costs less than you get the second trace for 4. It's efficient, probably.
Oh, misclicked on the done button.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
trashed the wrong,
that's an easy misclick to do.
wrong one.
Just trashing the prana condenser there.
12.
Yeah, I think if you don't have anything installed, prana condensers, the warrior trackers are not actually scaring you too much. But that means you don't want to set up an econ engine at all during the game.
I'm also going to note we've scored 4 agendas. Like we've just touched 4 things and taken them all.
Yeah, so it's basically if you find an Obokata at any point right now. You just win the game.
Like Obo ends the
That's
game.
how you win. Just access agendas. It's that easy.
You
Yeah,
don't
just-
love for Obokata to be your most dangerous agenda. Your most you're the biggest liability in your agenda suite.
Yeah. So I think you mentioned is like Koshiko is an Anarch. I don't think it's likely, but there's a chance that there's like a one of Light the Fire in the deck, and Light the Fire. I think we eventually determined will blow up a Warroid tracker server just fine. And like if you could nail 2 trackers and a killing with Light the Fire,
True.
that's
Mm.
We did
that's
also
pretty big
see.
value.
We did see Augustus play earlier, I believe, and I don't remember if this one was an APOC list or not.
I
Oh,
don't
there is a
believe
light
it
the
was
fire
an
in the. There is a light the fire in the bin.
Mm. Well, I believe this is just like value big Hoshiko or
It's not
medium
that
sized
big. It's
Hoshiko.
medium Hoshiko. It was like 48, 49 or something.
Yeah, something like that. Bit bigger than like small Hoshiko.
Yeah.
I just love that a small Hoshiko is considered a thing. Like it's not a normal Hoshiko.
Yeah.
But just installing cards right here with Augustus actually like being able to win with Blood into Water or any 2-pointer as well right now.
True. Although I'm not. I mean, how likely do you think we are to be on Blood in the Water?
Augustus just checking one card and then taking
Because-
3, keeping their money up.
I'm not sure. Like one of Blood into Water seems like a reasonable thing to be on.
Because like Jinteki's, you're gonna have 20 agenda points. We've seen 2 stings. There's gonna be 3 stings. We've seen 2 House of Knives. There's gonna be 3 House of Knives. Seen a hybrid release. There might be 2 more hybrid releases. That's 9. Always get us to 18.
We've seen 2 hybrid releases,
Yeah, so there's
1 each.
probably
One
a
more.
right.
Yeah,
Kusanagi out of HQ.
that's the one agenda
Kusanagi.
that doesn't advance your
Yeah.
win yet. And now if there's a stock buyback or anything, Camilla is going to be a huge credit lead.
Yeah, the Kusanagi is certainly interesting. And I mean, a giant stock buyback,
There's
Yeah,
the
there's
stock
the
buyback
densities.
for
will
18 credits.
fuel will really fuel firing all these Warroids. But on the other hand, Augustus is not like playing anything onto the board.
Yeah, but there's no real reason to play stuff on the board because you are just
Yeah.
going to lose them on Warroid trackers. So
Exactly.
Yes, having to weigh off
Um,
how much you value your card's text over how much you value it as a hit point.
and like there's a Black Orchestra and a paperclip.
no, that's going to cost quite a bit.
Sure, but you
I
just
think you are on pretty fine with that. And there just might be an agenda right here somewhere.
Yep.
Oh, Keeling.
Keeling.
The Keeling.
and then you just lose your Black Orchestra again.
Yep.
And
Or third Warroid tracker, I believe.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
and that's fine. Like, okay, it's annoying, but you just grew for a while.
Yeah, but continuously running through DNA tracker is not like optimal here. Because you cannot keep checking this with your like you don't have enough of an econ lead.
I think if it doesn't have a killing, like,
And finds the oboe.
yeah,
Oh wow.
Gee,
Those
that's
are
just touch
the lines
agendas.
that win you against. Yeah. Against
cards
PE.
accessed 12.
Yeah, 12 and 8 agendas in
no.
those cards.
Oh my god. Incredible.
Yeah, and we can see the other side of the matchup as well.
Mhm.
It should be
Augustus
Fusion against
saving that
Oshiko.
replay. Just like people will not believe me otherwise.
Yeah, I got to show it around. Show the whole family it.
I'll be telling my kids about this for years. What they'll tell their kids, will tell their kids.
Hey, not me.
Sneakily becoming table 2, Axu. Sneaking into the top cut at the very end.
Yeah, the whole habit of playing in all of these AMTs kicked in for a second.
Hmm. I thought about
You
playing,
try to
but
join
while I'm
the
happy,
game as the opponent.
I thought about playing, but while I was happy to wake up at 4 in the morning to cast, I was not, in fact, happy to wake up at 4 in the morning to try and actually play Netrunner.
Those
Yeah.
who cannot do cast.
I was also like thinking about playing, but didn't think like there was decks that I really wanted to play right now. So also casting is like really interesting to see the lines without like playing yourself.
Mhm.
Camilla
Absolutely.
preventing Augustus from getting off an early Rashida.
Some little message.
Did we see Augustus's Agin Fusion deck at some point?
No, I think we saw the other one.
Augustus was the one
The
who had
one
the
that was
Keeling
played
Soul sight.
against against the Nat player.
We saw Augustus's corp very briefly.
Yeah, so
we saw his corp murder a little boy.
Oh, was he the killing cold sight?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
this game might go a bit longer than that one.
We're seeing an Aeneas flavor of Hashiko on this one. We might see an Amakua setup out of this Hashiko.
Nice and cheap.
Instead of the Windbreakers we've seen.
I will say, I think Camilla's runner is probably very favored against her corp because Aeneas Informant into the Moroid
Yes.
killing pile.
You basically make all the credits back.
You just like go look at the 3 trackers. Yep, they're still there. Okay, 9 credits, please.
Who tracks the trackers?
Yeah, I think this.
I love the idea of the Aeneas Informant, calling up their contact every day. Says, "Yep, those robots are still there. Where's my money?"
Yeah, getting 3 calls a day from the same person.
It's the informant equivalent of just like, getting paid per word count and just like really hamming up some of these sentences.
Yeah, just getting a paragraph of lorem ipsum in there and
it is theorized by many professionals in both the
So I mean, for maximum value, what you do is you wait until someone just installs a daily quest, just roll on the table, and then you just Aeneas Informant in.
Yeah, the
and collect your 5 credits.
Asset spam daily quest. I think in the AMT that like this Mavakua deck got like popularized. If this is looking like the one. I think like Jinsei was getting hella credits from like just running a Tranquility Grid on the remote. So it ends up like being really beneficial for the corporation to
Yeah,
install just
this-
random.
This server 1 is looking like a bit of a liability currently.
It's taxing a little bit of MU, but that's not the biggest. Yeah, but yeah, I think you just start a new server, probably. I mean, obviously you might just install them outside of it and go.
That is still a thing that you can use as against
Yeah, like you
using
can still
boop.
boot it, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You can
Yeah, you
still
just put something outside of it.
Yeah, that works well.
I mean, they're not going to res the ice.
You might want to keep this server, but just trash and ice when you go to install the next one. Is that allowed? Is that permissible? Does that count?
I mean, you just keep the server with the ice on it, like it's a boot. You'll happily have a boot. DNA tracker.
DNA tracker on archives.
Well, we've got a double.
Using the Devil Charm Hippo there.
Yep, seems good.
Yeah, where is your boop target now? Saying 8.
Big
it's
money
probably
hit
done.
to big money hit to Augustus because
Yes.
these types of prison killing decks, they don't run very much burst economy. So if you can force them to res a big piece of ice like that, it'll take them a while to recover.
And Augustus, I think, has a subliminal in the bin, but it's just not like the runner could just run for free.
Oh, that's an anemone.
Well, that would be why they didn't want to get rid of it. It's still valuable for its on-res trigger.
I mean, it's also just so valuable for the boop, regardless. I mean, not anymore, but you can still boop with it. Or it could have still booped with it before they rest up.
Yeah, now it's a bit too late for the boop, but... But dressing the anemone there and going back down to 2 credits is interesting.
Yeah.
It takes you so much farther away from actually
I
being
don't know
able to
why.
res
Yeah,
ice.
the only things you're really threatening to res is something like an I key.
Yeah, and even there, then like you can just
You can't pay into
use
the
turtle to break it.
and you don't have money to pay into the side game.
And there's the cold side server.
I think this is looking pretty doomed for the Corp here. You're too broke to purge out.
Oh, and there,
Down, the
there's
Hippo
that.
coming down.
Yeah, this is looking really rough.
We're gonna run HQ here. Trash a random thing.
Yeah, get rid of that.
They trashed the magnet.
Was it the magnet? Ah, okay, yes. And then just honestly, I'd consider coming back. Steelskin, moshing. Okay, yeah, moshing a Steelskin and an MP Ultra sounds great.
Yeah, and just
Augustus,
being
just
forced to
clicking
click
for
for
credits.
credits here.
Yep. All right, R&D, are we going HQ or both? I don't think this is looking like an APOC Toshiko list.
Probably
Not with this board.
Oh, and getting that wake
Wake
implant as
implant
well, just
down.
to make extra value from all of the HQ runs.
Yeah. We're trying back to HQ here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just farming
Res
that.
on HQ. Sees the attitude adjustment again.
Oh, I think I would have just gone back to HQ again.
Yeah, just getting the extra wake implant credits.
Yeah.
Or power counters. And there's the purge.
Just purging out. Probably have
And
enough.
they've got enough to
to
res a
res
DNA
something.
tracker or Nancy.
But now you can just run server 1 to get all of the power
Exactly.
counters back.
Still a liability.
I mean, this only gets you.
You
This
can
only
get
gets you
one.
turtle. This doesn't get you leech.
Oh yeah, Leech is only central server.
Leech is only centrals.
Yeah. So you need to run there one more time or something, just to make.
But now they could potentially trash the ice on server 1 with a new install. And like one counter on turtle's not big enough.
Yeah, I think Camilla wants to find another like Devil Charm or something here
Mhm.
to make it
What are we looking
so
at
Augustus
for?
needs to spend more credits.
We have Black Orchestras, we have MK Ultra, we do not have Paperclip.
Installing
And
a
will
Siphon
this be taken down with the Hippo? Yeah,
Yeah.
Hippoing it out, and now Augustus doesn't have any like credits enough to raise an DNA tracker or an Anansi or anything really big anymore.
Mhm.
Turtle now up to 2 counters, so it can just
Oh,
run
and
through
there's
that
the Devil Charm.
anemone.
So now you're safe from any res also.
Another Sicentan.
Yeah, like that costs the runner 3 credits just to break, so. And Augustus is back on like really few
Oh.
credits.
Yeah,
And the Maw trigger, like
yeah.
Camille's just
The
getting like
more
everything here.
trashed saw the cold sight, and more trashed the cold sight.
Got another purge, but you can just come back in on HQ. You've got the MK Ultra, you can get a turtle counter here if you want one.
Yeah, and actually now, if you want to run Sizentan, you need to pay six to break it. Before, like, you don't have enough turtle power counters yet, but
Okay, you run R&D. Augustus has 2 credits.
then
Yeah,
they
not
poop
threatening
you
to
on
res
HQ.
anything.
Then they poop you on HQ, and you cannot break it. Or you
So
pay
you
6 to break it.
You can pay. You can pay
Yeah, but
3, break
You
2.
can pay 3,
You take
break
maximum
2, take
of 2
a
damage.
maximum of 2 net damage. Like, it's fine.
yeah, that is a line also. I think this is a bit more conservative. You want to keep your economy up much as you want.
Yeah, there's no. Camilla's probably not feeling like there's much of a rush right now.
Yeah, just playing it safe and keeping the corporation down.
I go back to server 1, get a turtle counter.
Yeah, and then you can
Yeah, get
start
a
running
turtle
again.
counter every
Oh,
turn.
and Hippo comes back
New
down.
Hippo comes down.
Running R&D first click.
Well, it gets us a lot of leech value, right? Is if they don't res something or boop us, the
Yeah,
Saw
leech value
2
exactly.
appears.
cards of R&D with Waking
Yeah, just
Plant.
farming the counters here. Farming counters and credits and now probably using the Hippo. Yep.
That attitude adjustment is hanging on for dear life.
It is. It is.
Holding the
2
line,
weeks of
defending the advantage.
So here's a question: how many attitude adjustments do we think are in HQ?
Mm, I
Well, we
would
haven't.
bet like 1 or 2.
Okay, but this is
Feeling
just 3 credits. You leech and then you turn.
Yeah, and then you just have to pay like 3 again from the Agin Fusion Boop, but the corporation doesn't have infinite money on R&D. And this is like plus 2 credits as well.
Yeah.
Plus 2 credits and a Hippo counter and a Maw counter and
And a weight counter.
Yeah,
getting a lot of value from these HQ runs, which
Like,
it's understandable why Augustus feels like they can't just let him go through for free, but 3 credits isn't that much less than
yeah,
3.
and Camilla is playing this like really well. You can like really easily lose from this position. You need to keep yourself like on the like correct path during the whole game, even in this like advantageous situation.
Archives here, and then do we think we have an APOC coming down?
Probably just checking what
I
they've
wouldn't.
gotten rid of with more.
Yeah,
2
just
attitude
checking it.
adjustments out.
Oh, and on Botulus on DNA tracker as well.
I'm not a giant fan of this Botulus on DNA tracker. I don't think we had problems going through it, and I don't think this helps us. So I'm seeing R&D. Well, actually, there's a boop into the DNA tracker.
You still have the Devil Charm on HQ, so you can get like three virus counters on one turn on HQ.
Yeah, you can also potentially just run server 1, get a turtle counter there, get your DreamNet
Yes,
value, and
That server 1 is just sticking out there, being a thorn in Augustus's side.
Oh yeah, you can run here, and because you have the Devil Charm, you can just farm the counters this way as well.
Yeah, you're threatening to Devil Charm.
yeah, if they
get
boop you,
booped
you Devil
over.
Charm the DNA tracker. If they don't boop you, you just farm the counters and archives.
Yep.
Does boop into the DNA tracker.
And this should be the Devil Charm right here. Oh, let's hit fire.
Taking 2 of the subs from DNA tracker.
Yeah, it's sort of like this because the Devil Charm is like such a safety net.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, deciding to hold on to it.
Yeah, you have enough cards. Although you're starting to run a bit low. Like 4 cards left on deck.
And we still need to steal 2 of those? Yeah, that's actually getting...
Kind of scary low.
We only need to steal 1 oboe.
Yeah, it's either... I would guess like 1 oboe, 1 send a message, or mad dash on something or something.
If we've got Mad Dash, certainly Mad Dash makes this much, much easier.
Yeah, not sure that they are on mad dash because you don't have any other ways to take like the mad dash out. You don't have stargates or anything, I think.
Another purge, but it's not threatening to res anything on R&D and archives. It's a very tough position to be in.
I
This
think
behind
this
on
is
money.
the boop, right?
I think you boop here,
Yeah.
Yeah. And do we use the Devil Charm this time?
No.
We're using Botulus, so it looks like not. We're going to take another 2 net and lose 4 credits.
Okay.
And
Cannot steal 2 oboes anymore.
Yep. But now R&D is completely open.
yeah, R&D is now completely open
Can
for a
see 3
turn at
cards
least.
here.
We're just looking at Rashida, Bunch, and farming counters back up.
Yeah, just taking the counters here. Because now the corporation actually can't purge like next turn because the R&D is just open.
Yeah.
And you just click for 2 every run. Yep, and now you just cannot boop anymore because you forced the runner to pay 3.
Yeah.
And even the more trigger here.
Seeing a keeling on top, but not trashing it. Not feeling very threatened right now. There's the third informant.
I'm not entirely sold on this informant, although I guess they're running into having too many cards in hand issues.
Yeah, the corporation actually cannot win on all of the oboes, so you just need to find three of the other agendas, like the
Bacterial
bacterial
programming.
here.
That may buy Augustus some time, being able to rearrange everything coming up in R&D.
Yeah, and also getting stuff to hand, like econ and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. It's been a very interesting game because it's felt like Camilla's been basically in control of this game from like turn 2, turn 3. But it's not.
Mm.
Yeah, Augustus. This is a classic. Resolving bacterial programming on Jinteki.net is yeah. I don't think that was intentional. Drawing 7 cards and
Yeah, that is not what you want to do. Like
yes,
resolving bacterial in Jinteki is just a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's complicated enough that at the end it has to ask you, "Are you sure this is what this is what you want to happen?"
So I've never
So,
actually.
If you do make a mistake with bacterial, it's okay. At the end, it will ask, "Do you want to start over?" Need to read the prompts very carefully to understand exactly what you're doing with each card.
JNet log doesn't even tell you
It's
what
a lot.
happened with it, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait. Wait, steals? Yeah, it doesn't even show the trigger having gone off.
Mm.
Or
And
having been
action here.
rejected.
Oh yeah, using the ag ability there. So that probably means there's an agenda on archives, or this is just a huge bait.
Yeah, this could be a giant bluff.
But like I just do not see the out in this situation.
But I mean, if there's an agenda in archives, like it's still going to be there next turn, so you need to
Yeah.
kill the runner this turn, or score 7, and I don't see how either of those are happening.
Yeah,
Well,
just
if
score the government.
they put a spin or an attitude on top, then
I think Spin Doctor would have been
surmise.
trashed on the last run, with Wake Implant still saw like top 3 cards after the bacterial.
So if this is
but
anemone,
the Augustus knows how many cards Camilla's going to access, so could play around that. But
so I'm going to say if this is
would need
an
to-
anemone on archives, it protects
Oh,
the oboe.
protects
Yeah.
oboe, yeah.
so no, just 3 agendas in the game that win the game.
I don't know. I still don't know how Augustus scores out, but like,
Yep, there's an oboe.
That's game, isn't it? Oh no, because there's no.
No, 'cause
stack.
there's not
the
enough.
enemy protects it.
Not enough cards to steal.
The enemy protects it.
Like here, you actually might start get a bit scared because of the like incidental damage that might be coming from somewhere. Like if you get back the anemones to the deck, you just can like kill the runner with 2 anemones.
Yeah, there are 2 more enemies, and like, there's still 1 spin left.
One more. There's 2 on the table.
There's 2 on the
Yeah,
table.
but you can get 1 more left, and then you just get them back.
You overinstall Super 1 and
Yeah, if you're
bring 1 back
you
with your
can,
last spin.
yeah.
Yeah,
or
you can
install them.
use simulation resets and stuff like that, maybe to get those back. But it's still a really hard ask because you need the runner not to find anything that allows them to steal the bacterials or like the 1-2 pointer in the deck.
So what do you think the 1-2 pointer on the deck is?
Probably longevity serum, I would guess.
Which can bring back anemones.
Yeah, if you score it.
Yeah.
I'm not believing it will be scored at all. And here we are
Boots
digging
back
for
into the
3.
DNA.
I don't know why we're booping here.
Just to make the runner pay a bit of money, I think.
Okay, does
And
this wake? Does this wake win? They're not access conditional. They're not using this wake.
yeah, I don't think there's a need to dig super deep because you might hit like snare or something.
True.
Even if it's unlikely, you just are in so much winning position that you can keep up like doing your game plan.
Thimblerig moving the DNA
Yeah.
tracker and finding the last agenda for the win.
Yeah, that was really well played by Camille. So I think they split on the runner side, right?
Oh, that that game was long enough to make me entirely forget what even happened in the last game.
I think
The
It
last game was
access
12
or-
accesses,
all the
8 agendas.
Yeah.
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 Ah, yes.
So that
How
would
could I forget?
mean that neither of the players here are making it to the cut. Oh, I was looking at round 3. So
Yeah, we don't have the full results in yet, so
yeah, so
depending on how the other table does, might go to strength of schedule. We'll
yeah, I
see.
believe it might be strength of schedule for one of these players. I think Augustus Caesar. Oh, yeah, Augustus Caesar was on bit better strength of schedule before this. So
Mhm.
I think it might actually be like Augustus plus did Bridgman and Tuno ID or no, looks like the table 1 is
No, I
also
think
playing.
they're playing it out.
Table 1 just finished.
Their whole match or one of the games.
I believe. Where is my Cobra? Cobra! Oh, nope, they have a second game. Cool.
Yeah, I think the second game could be interesting to watch. Do you know who won the first game?
Not Bridgman.
All right, so
The golfer.
That-
The golfer did.
Tuno.
Golf emoji won the game. In Ob versus Hoshiko.
yeah, I think watching that, like the other game there, could be interesting.
Which is going to be Spark for Soshiko.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Spark
We
yet.
haven't seen Spark, yeah?
Yeah, Bridgman is streaming that game, so also watching the game 3 could be interesting because that is also one that decides who makes it a cut and who doesn't. Oh, there's also Neo games here, so
Yes, we've got another event going on from the looks of it.
yeah, I don't think table 3 is going anymore, so
I think we're just watching table 1.
yeah, I think so too.
Just waiting for. Up.
You've done it again, Axu.
Fuck.
He's just putting the pedal to the metal.
They're just installing and racing the asset, all the advertisements.
Tuno rolling a die to decide which server it's going to run.
Mm. Not allowing the corp to use any of the mind games.
And we have the secret spark power of the runner can't play Sure Gamble without doing weird things on turn 1.
Mhm.
It's gone for a very econ opener. We've had a run event, a Sure Gamble, and a
Three
fermenter.
more, 3 more cards. Let's do it all over again.
Yeah, the problem that I have been finding with this Spark deck is how do you actually convert these assets to a win? Like, you can have all the
Yeah,
money in
it's
the game.
secretly a CTM deck in disguise.
You trash one card and there happens to be a trace.
So with the corp sitting on 1 card in hand, it'll be really hard to get the value lateral in this matchup. It'll also be hard as our runner is in fact on Hoshiko and not Lat.
Yeah, that makes it a bit harder.
Are we seeing? Yep, another 3. We're gonna.
Yeah,
This
time to zoom
scroll bar
out.
is growing.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Huh?
So do we think Emoji here is also on an APOC Hoshiko list? We've seen, I think, 2 already.
Hard to tell at this point. We haven't really seen much out of it yet. Just taken a turn off, set up some
Yeah,
econ.
even more advertisements. And there might be a HHN line somewhere here.
Because none of these like econ assets are permanent. Like they'll all go away eventually. And you can click down Deliberated if you want to drink it fast. You can pop the fermenter to get it off the board.
Oh, and a Rashid.
Nice, we've
Piece of
got
ice.
2 more remotes.
I'm wondering if Bridgman actually like thinks this is a good deck, or is he like bringing it as a bit of a joke? Because like historically, Spark has not been considered that good.
Well, he has, yeah, like you said at the start of the event, Bridgman has had some success with this deck at a local event they had over there. Don't know how competitive the competition was there. It was a event where he and Soccer challenged each other to use bad IDs. So
Oh, and playing the misdirection in Hoshiko, so
misdirection, yeah.
that actually takes off the win condition with Hardening News. So I'm just having a really hard time to see how the corporation actually scores out the agendas here.
Although there wasn't anything to install offset Gachapon except for the misdirection. Like there were no other hits in those 6.
Tuna's probably feeling a bit more comfortable now to start running some assets though, with
Yeah, taking
HHN
care of the
representing less of a threat.
I mean, the other
Running to
potential.
trash something.
So what are other things you potentially win with?
There's not many. Like you get some ice and the sunshine or something, and just force the runner to run through the ice.
Like a toll booth or something,
Yeah. Another interesting thing is to see if Bridgman has changed up his list at all, or is it the same thing that he played in the Swedish tournament? Because the other deck just included 2 Endless Eula, 3 IP block, 1 Toll Booth, and 1 Hydra, so not too many
Slapping down
eyes.
a Botulus on the remote.
Although if that's an Endless Eula, the Botulus is not...
Crypto crash. Draining some cash, but still having
there
decent
still seems to be
reserves.
many cash left.
Very easy to get more triggers off of this very open board.
Now thinking about this...
What card was on server 14?
Server 14 was
The crypto crash that got scored out.
Yeah.
Server 10 is a second wall-to-wall.
Oh, and there is the hard hitting.
That might just end up being a bit of a tempo hit.
Yeah, gonna need to.
And it will cost Bridgman quite a few credits.
I don't like.
Bridgman
I'm not even sure
might think he can. Yeah, might not even pay into it.
No, he's paid.
Think that
more into
enough
it.
of. Oh, okay, he has.
So increases the strength by 4.
Yeah, the tempo hit of the money drain is enough to create a scoring window here, perhaps.
I know there's a misdirection on the board. I'm surprised by the very up-tempo option of heading into the trace 7, as opposed to just spending, 4 and 2 clicks. Although that's actually pretty similar. Yeah, 7's...
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's borderline equivalent.
Yeah.
And the third ice on server 14.
So we've been seeing a number of...
Stargate comes down.
Yeah, this could be huge.
Rough.
Seeing Spin Doctor, Nico campaign, Maryland campaign, trashing the Spin Doctor.
I think that's an instant trash on the Spin Doctor.
Yep.
Although it's down to 9 credits now. Pop the Fermenter to get back up.
Oh yeah, and getting the more
It's a more trigger. New daily business show has hit the airwaves.
Okay, hear me out. We've seen Hoshiko's playing 3 NES Informant for the econ value. But if you really want to check against Spark, you can add a marathon.
Oh no, not the marathon thing. I have been hearing about this marathon joke for too long of a time.
Bridgman trying to create a fork here, I reckon, with another hard-hitting news while advancing a card on the table.
Yeah, I think if you're
just
Tuno, you can just probably let the agenda go this time.
Going in with the Stargates or a toll booth, a Rashida, and a 15 minutes, trashing the toll booth. Puts down
and then destruction off the tags.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure you need to do. There's only 1 card in hand. You've been hitting it with Maw. Oh, I think playing around Boom or End of Line or whatever is safer.
Yeah, there is a
I
daily business show on the table which helps dig a little bit for it.
looking at the like old list, this is only on like 2 shipments from Vladisbergs and 1
Mhm.
Market Forces, so those are
I-
still quite potent tag punishment tools.
But I
Does
think
take the chance to score out the Bologna.
both 3 clicks remaining, run back, see the Rashida, get the Maul trigger, run back, crash the Rashida, run back, take the 15 minutes is like vaguely interesting.
Yeah,
Or at least
trashing
run
2
back.
steel skins to a moshing. That's spicy.
Certainly draw power. Did we catch how big the Soshiko was?
Uh,
Looks about normal. Just eyeballing
9,
it.
28, 42. Yeah, it's like 1 or 2 cards over, I think.
Slightly above 45.
It's like 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 50.
slightly above the normal 50, yeah.
Have a paperclip and a MK Ultra in the bin now, as well as the Black Orchestra. So a full breaker suite has been presented.
Yeah, looking at doing the math with the actual calculator, it's 52 cards in Hoshiko.
But Bridgman just jamming on the board even more. You know,
Looking
a
at
bit
influence
low on
spends.
money, so this may be a window for Bridgman.
Now Hamlin's 1 window. He's at 5 points. Looking at influence spends, we see 2 pinholes, we see 1 missed bones, and we see 1 misdirection. So that's 6 accounted for. There's still
Checking one of the new cards. Seeing a Marilyn, getting a more trigger. Bravadoing the big server. Hydra on the outside.
that's big.
Bankar is on the server, so it only represents 3 net damage.
And rest of this you're getting through for free.
You're maybe
Yes.
paying 1 if the outside
Only
one
on-
is an endless Eula, but
Only 4 credits in the access though, but it's a Rashida. Getting
I mean,
a
I
big
think
burst of
trashing the Rashida
economy
is
at the end of the
still.
run there.
Trashing the Rashida is still pretty big, I think.
Yeah, it's so much value for the corp.
Oh, steals a headline off the board.
Mhm.
Takes the last click to
Yeah,
clear
not
its
getting
tag.
like sneaking out one of those tomorrow's headlines could have been huge on the.
I mean, it would have been game winning. Bridgman's
Yeah,
still at 5.
Yeah, I think that's one like
And
thing
it's
that you have to worry
slightly,
about right now. It's just
and it's a bit
jamming
annoying for
against the
Tuno
table.
to steal as well, because it has to take the time off to clear the tag.
And now you're forced to run through this Hydra again.
Bankar still on the board, can turn Hydra into 3 net damage.
Which is
Basically
still,
blanks 2 of its subroutines.
To be fair, its first subroutine was already blank, kind of.
Yeah.
So
Oh, rips a Beal off the top.
So one more
Oh, no,
off
that was
of-
from Archives. Archives.
Yeah.
Then
And
checking.
find a crypto crash there. Running back.
Trashes the Amani off the top so they can run back for the crypto crash. We'll leave a hard hitting on top of the deck.
Or it might actually like let the Cryptocrash just be there, but decides to
No,
go run it.
Going back for it.
Paladin's not
Do
to
you
fight
run server?
counters.
Yeah, run server 14, yeah. Basically has to, I believe. And now an Anemone kills here.
No spicy anemone tech.
It's a
It's a Maryland
Maryland.
Yep. And getting the Maw trigger from there as well.
Mhm. I've seen so many Maw triggers this game.
Yeah, it's
No
quite a pointed
Bridgman's.
card.
Yeah. When you've got so many juicy targets for your Maw, it can chomp away all it likes. Yeah, so Bridgman drawing the hard hitting here. And we did see Tuno last turn do that run Archives, Stargate play in that order.
Mhm.
So it can force out any Spin Doctor that might be hiding somewhere on the board.
Yeah, I think server 14 was the news
Yeah.
thread on that turn.
I think it was not quite the right command there.
Well, looks
Mm.
fine
There's a
to me.
slightly late res on the Maryland, which they're fixing. Okay, yeah, this port saves now. I mean, server 10 is still the second wall-to-wall.
Yeah, these are like the weird things in Janet because damage is calculated randomly. You need to like manually trash cards in hand
Yes.
Yeah.
with like undo clicks and stuff.
Yeah, because no one had taken a click yet, and Bridgman wanted to undo, going back before Tuno's last click on its last turn.
Yeah, Judge
Getting a
making sure that the
confirmation.
players know that.
Yep. I'm taking a second to look at the influence that we've seen for Bridgman. We've got our campaigns. We've got both Marilyn and Nico. We've got wall-to-walls. We've actually seen 2 wall-to-walls, which is...
Yep, that's 6 total.
It's in
between
line of
those
the
two.
like published deck list.
Mhm.
And there the influence should be like 2 wall-to-walls, 3 Marilyn, 3 Nico.
Yes. Technically might be an irreparable game state
No,
due to the Maw trigger.
because Bridgman was streaming. He could have actually just rewound his stream 5 seconds and found his credit total before he accidentally set it to 6.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and then it's basically like just hard thing to fix manually, but totally possible.
Yeah, jack out so we don't have the Mallfire. Fix the discard manually.
Yeah, and then draw 3 and
Remember to rest the Maryland.
and -1 credit here, right?
Where are we losing credit?
From the Maryland res.
Hit the 2 for that. And the 1
I
for
mean,
Sparks
Sparks ability is minusing 1.
Yeah,
yeah,
happened.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that happens automatically, no?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Thrashing Eyes.
Maybe
Fishing
they're going to
booth
install
with the
some new ice,
botulist
but
ice.
it didn't feel like credits were a giant concern here. Although I guess with the Maul in play, runner MU's not a giant concern either.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much if the eyes are there or not. So
But this Hydra's much more of a pain now that it can't be botchlist.
yeah, bunker needs to go on another piece of ice. So you actually need to break this for like 9, I believe.
Yeah, 9. And if this is a,
So I
this could
think
be a
the deck,
Bologna with a seamless in hand. Or
I
seamless
think
is
the deck
vulnerable to
does
getting
not have
mauled.
any NGO fronts at all. So a really hard turn for the runner here.
Certainly awkward.
Yeah, and basically you like have to completely figure out the line here if you can get in,
Mhm.
or you just first click do R&D run with Stargate and then
Yeah, because
do
like,
other stuff.
um,
You can also probably calculate the probability of there being an agenda on R&D and archives.
so there's only 8 cards left in R&D.
Yep, so then you need to calculate. But
Drew up to 6, so they can, so it
Mhm.
can bank R through a Eula. Made the right call that
yeah,
that
that's
outer
smart.
ice would be a Eula.
And then you install the MCO Ultra and break this for free or for 9. Or can you let one
Banking,
subroutine fire?
yeah, you can let one fire to
Yeah, and just take one tag.
take a tag. If it thinks it's hedging
I
on
mean,
What-
it's 9 to
this
let
not
one
being
sub fire.
Bologna.
What if it's
It's
quantum
12
predictive model?
to
Okay, it's
quantum
Bologna.
predictive model.
It is in fact Bologna. Get some more trigger off the run.
And now
Goes for a
you
Stargate.
Stargate, and then
Another Bologna.
Maryland,
Oh no.
another Bologna. Not looking good.
Would you have actually let all of the subroutines fire on?
Hydra will end the
No,
run.
no,
if
you
you
no,
can't.
because one of them ends
Yeah.
the
let
run.
everything
Yeah,
fire.
that's right.
Checking the bin.
Yeah, there's a
Oh,
Bologna
that's-
in there. Oh, and there's a crypto crash in there too.
got hit by Maul at some point.
Yep.
GG.
Really well played by the both of players.
Yes,
Like-
came down to those last couple of decisions. Very
I'm
well
just
played by
wondering if
Tino.
there was a seamless in hand right now. Be probably hard to have seamless in the deck with all of the
With all the others, like
yeah.
2 multi-walls is 6, at a playset of Nico's and Maryland's is 9.
Yeah, basically you try to bluff the runner to running there with them losing all of their credits, and then
Yes,
you try to advance next turn.
Richmond saying he doesn't want to give away any information about whether or not there's any seamless in the deck until after the cut.
Yeah, I think that's smart decision making. And I think that's all of the take games of AMT played for the Swiss.
Oh, we could hop
Yep,
into one
that
of these
should be
Neo
the
tables.
last of the.
See what they're up to.
That should be the last game we were waiting on to conclude the Swiss rounds.
And looking at the table, on table 3 there was I think that was a 2-for-1 sweep. So it's going to be really interesting on who it makes it to the cut. With top 3 cut being such a harsh breaker for
Looks
people
like
who
looks like we have the updated standings
Yep.
of Tuno, Bridgman, Camilla. It is a top 3, correct?
Yeah, it's top 3 cut. So
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. So
Third place
Wiki
breaking
Geometry
on
not making it
extended
in the...
strength of schedule.
yep, going all the
Oh,
way out
that's
to EOSOS.
that's super rough.
I mean, good job to everybody who played. Like Augustus getting bubbled out by the very edge of his teeth there. A lot of people.
Yeah, and Augustus played like great in the games that we saw. But the top 3 cut is just so like hard to make it with excellent players like Bridgman playing in the tournament. So
Yes, we ended up with 5 players on 18 points at the end of Swiss. Good performance by everyone there.
yeah, so was there supposed to be a break in middle of the Swiss rounds on the top cut?
Yeah, we are.
PSK is currently we're currently determining what our schedule is going to look like going into the cut.
Yep. Also going to be interesting to see if we have open dex lists or closed ones.
All right, we're just waiting to find out when we can expect the top cut to begin.
Yeah, so real quick, unless I'm much mistaken, places 2 and 3, Bridgman and Camilla, will play a game. If Camilla wins that game, then they will play the reverse side, and then the winner of the.
I believe there's no actual like losers bracket here because it's single elimination.
Yeah, I think
So
it's single elimination in
it's
top 3.
just that Bridgman gets to decide which side they play, and the winner of that plays against the turn like top seed.
Does top seed also get choice of side
Uh,
or
Last month they did, but I'm not sure about this time.
okay. Looks like it might be a 45-minute break.
Okay, well, 45 minutes. That means just around 5 till. And yep, there is the.
Yep, 45 minutes from now, the top cut will begin. Thank you for joining us for the Swiss rounds, everyone. I hope we'll see you all back here very soon for our top cut.
Yep, we'll be back.
drives to maximum power output. Transmitting signal in 5, 4, 3,
Broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN Special Report.
Hello and welcome back. It's time for Top 3 here at July 2023 Accelerated Meta Test. The round is underway, so give me 1 second here to pull up the game for Camilla versus Bridgman.
Yeah, looking at the decks, it's not clearly like P asset spam. It's a bit more of a combination of like assets and the Jinsei style of list. And the other deck looks like a pretty standard big Hoshiko with one boomerang instead.
Yes, we have open deck lists for the top cut. Each player has had a small amount of time to review their opponent's deck list, and the higher seed, who in this case I believe is Bridgman, got to choose what the matchup would be, but they're not allowed to refer to each other's deck lists during the game.
So one thing I'm noticing is we've seen this PE deck on stream before, and we did not see the Regenesis in that game. And Regenesis just
Yes.
enables the Corp to have some really explosive turns because 3-4 agendas are really good.
I'm gonna need to check the math on that and get back to you.
Yeah, it's not super clear to me also. Also in the PE list, there is this one Tithonium that's just like probably blowing up people's rigs left and right.
Yes, it's probably a bit more surprise tech in the Swiss.
Mm.
Not sure if that caught anyone off guard. We didn't manage to catch that on stream.
We did see the
But-
Tithonium on stream, but it never.
We
it
saw
got broken into
Tithonium. We saw Tithonium Sports.
Oh, was that Sports? Yeah, that's Tithonium Sports. Okay. Tithonium's still just really easy to break with Paperclip. It's 4 for Paperclip.
Yeah, but it's forcing you to have the paperclip and then
Yes.
install it after that.
Yes.
So it basically like forces stress, and you have enough agendas that you are willing to throw out probably.
Oh, certainly. I'm happy to sack a Project Kusanagi to resurrect the Tithonium. That sounds like value.
Yes, we've seen so far Bridgman's been playing it fairly slow, building up a nice drip econ board, as Hoshiko is wont to do, forcing the Spin Doctor pop.
Yeah, I think Bridgman as a player, by just like following his stream and play style, I think he plays much more like deliberately and a bit more slowly. It's like taking notes and really thinking about every line.
Putting down the Maw,
Got them all
Going a
down,
bit
got them all
low.
pressure.
going a bit low on credits, but he does have those nice fermenters,
2 fermenters
cooking
ticking.
away.
Do you just clear here or purge the virus tokens here? Like it forces the
No,
runner to use them unoptimally.
I don't think you can purge there because you're just going to run back on R&D with Maul.
Yeah, they're going to do that anyway, and now they just have more credits to actually pressure out your other things as well. It's a hard decision point to make, I think. Like here, I think Bridgman just takes out one of the fermenters to 8 and continues to pressure on R&D and maybe on the servers that Camilla just placed down.
Yes, we'll see how much he values the cards he currently has in his grip, whether he actually wants to play any of them. He's going to just hold on to them.
I
So
think
I mean, if there's
we might see like one getting played because Hoshiko forces the draw. So
There we go. Stargate coming down, seeing a killing stock buyback Allroyd.
that's a pretty
Bit of a
interesting
bit of a tough
set
decision.
of things. I think stock buyback doesn't do very much yet.
yeah, not yet, but the corporation can always like just save it and sit on it for a long time.
Trashes
So
the
the other
Allroyd
thing-
tracker, comes back for a more trigger.
Is we've got them all. So, like, you can't just sit a stock buyback in your hand for ages and play it eventually.
It's
It'll.
not actually taking the fermenter credits.
No, I think if the runner purchases here, you're happy.
Or
Ooh,
you must be
Genesis,
happy
and
because this is-
Camilla did sneak through an Obokata.
Well, that was the mole discard.
Oh wow, yes, you are correct.
Oh, that's wild. Like I was saying,
Camilla must have been very happy about that.
yeah, like I was saying, that clicking the fermenter is better than getting the more trigger, just based off results.
Bridgman coming in, getting that more trigger, and then coming back with the Stargate. Seeing the stock buyback again, House of Knives, Dr. Keeling, trashing the House of Knives.
Now I think we use the fermenter.
Yeah.
So Mamie, finally cracking that fermenter.
Yeah, maybe
Juicy
losing
10
like
credits.
9 virus counters is a bit too much.
And now server 5's also for Genesis, so we're going to score the other Obo with it.
Or yeah, or even just the House of Knives. That no, Genesis face down, of course.
Also, Regenesis House of Knives is.
Oh, just a sting.
Scores a sting off the table, but that
Still going to
puts-
6 points is huge, with there probably being one more fast advance thing. And now the
Yes, there
runner
is
actually has to
one
check
more.
Yeah, the
everything
Prana
on
has-
the table.
Also, the
There is
Prana
one
condenser
more
now has
hybrid release in the list.
4 counters on the Prana condenser.
I fail to see why you bring this up.
Yeah, what would a small prana condenser do?
What are you doing bringing up the board state like it's relevant here? Come on.
I don't think it's necessarily a problem right now, and we know that this PE list is not running Blood in the Water, so there is not the 4 net damage product condenser into potentially Blood in the Water to set up for Blood in the Water. Although product condenser being a double makes it a little awkward, but
And also, like, if Bridgman continues to run here, the chances that he steals an agenda and then is forced to deal with the prana condenser is much
Yeah.
bigger. Deals with it now.
Runs into an Anansi with this bravado here.
Yeah, doesn't have
Does
MK
not-
Ultra in the bin, but
Yes,
can
but
take the 8 4 damage.
Anansi isn't going to end the run, so he will be able to get through to
And-
that Prana condenser.
possibly chooses to pay the 2 to draw.
That rearrange the top 5 though is pretty deadly at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and also Camilla might take the credits from prana condenser as well, just to get even more money.
Yes, Bridgman hasn't used Stargate yet this turn, so that is always an option. Going back, checking what is on the top.
You can also just choose to run back directly if you think Camilla's going to leave an agenda on top.
It's a bit of a mini shell game. What does Bridgman think Camilla will do in this situation. Preventing the damage, just getting a lot of money off that Prana condenser before it goes down.
Yeah, that pranic condenser gave like
Yep, and he does come
Oh.
in, checks the top.
huge amounts
Rashida,
of credits.
Dr. Keeling, Regenesis.
Another like really hard choice here. Do you trust the agenda or one of the things that tries to pressure you from the remote? Or looks like the
Does
agenda.
choose to trash the Regenesis.
Got a Rashida in hand, Keeling on top. Ice R&D. Interesting.
Yeah, just forcing the runner to deal with the thing on server 1 because it even might be an agenda that you just cannot let through.
Yeah, I would have considered Ice R&D draw the Killing into hand before installing, because then you're much more threatening about the potential of server 1 being a Killing. I'm not even sure Killing does anything on this board state, honestly. I think Killing's too slow right now.
Yeah, healing versus like just scoring an agenda feels
Yeah.
like a hard choice here.
Yeah, with the corp already at 6 points, I think upon further consideration, I don't actually like the idea.
Yes,
Just
and
send something in and say, hey, come see what it is, or you might lose.
and
Yeah,
in this
exactly.
board,
Even
Go
if
ahead.
Keeling doesn't, yeah, exactly. Keeling is an effective tool to bait the run through the Anansi because, and it might put that doubt in Bridgman's mind because he's the kind of player that will, definitely keep that in mind, that he'll know that she drew the Keeling, but, might put that little bit of doubt in his head that, oh, maybe it's just the Keeling. Maybe I don't have to run it and can sneak the agenda through that way.
Yeah, there's certainly some potential for mind games in how much you draw and when you choose to draw, when the top card of R&D is known information.
Yes, without access to a killer running through
I
that
mean, Drews, I
Anansi over
think-
and over.
Okay, we're just
Bridgman
saying
is letting it go for this turn.
that's the Rashida. Calling out the
And
Rashida
he
is
does
correct.
make the right
Yep, and
call.
drawing like 3 unknown cards here.
Yep.
So Camilla can probably push like anything on the remote, and it's going to be interesting to see how Bridgman deals with this situation.
Digging even deeper with a spin doctor here. Finding an extra piece of ice.
And
She looking to jam this turn?
I would guess so. Yep.
I think the decision's
It's-
on whether it's an agenda or a Keeling.
I don't think there's any reason for it not to be an agenda at this point. Like, if the runner
Having
keeps coming
drawn-
in and taking your 1-pointers, and you've got the Anansi on the field.
Yeah, if the runner's running through an Anansi to steal 1-pointers, that's... I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I think it just might be that Camilla didn't draw any agendas, but
Yeah.
drawing 5 cards in a deck with 17 agendas, that seems pretty unlikely.
Forcing out the
No, I
spin
will point
doctor.
out there are only 14 real agendas. Like, scoring Project Kusanagi does not get Camilla closer to winning.
Even better though, if the runner runs through your Anansi for a 0-pointer. And there's a Kusanagi in the bin as well.
Okay. I guess it makes you very slightly closer to winning as you're depleting cards so they can't steal oboes, but
Really, the Kusanagi might actually not be the worst thing in Anarch because you get a credit to your Paladin Poem and Mystic Mime as well.
Bridgman again making the right call, but it was a killing in the remote.
Yeah, now you can just come back in once the Botchless has 3 counters. If you even want to. Okay, we're set for a purge here. So we are...
Unless Camilla purges.
Killing still has a little while to go. We've also got 3 counters on one of our companions. So we should be looking at playing an event this turn if possible.
One thing to notice here is that Bridgman doesn't actually have any pinhole threadings in his deck, so this killing is actually pretty annoying to clear compared to just using pinhole threading. And
Bravado for 0 always feels pretty good.
So just straight value. No res. Stock buyback from HQ. More trash is the stock buyback.
there's the Stargate
The
as well.
Stargate hits an I key on R&D. There is a Black Orchestra, which will get installed.
And Black Orchestra is
Except
actually
the-
like a really nice ice to deal with Aiki.
Then you break the net damage subs, and then you play a side game to draw 2. It's
Exactly.
pretty fine.
Sees Sting, DNA Tracker, Regenesis off the top with Stargate.
I think like taking out the DNA tracker might be the reasonable call here, yeah.
Yep.
Just making sure that the PE deck doesn't have any ice that really taxes you out.
Milo
Just with Hippo
drawn
down.
both those agendas into hand now. Just looking to protect R&D some more while the good doctor keeps working away in her lab.
Not so sure about the good Dr. part, but at least Bridgman has a pretty sizable credit lead in this situation.
Pretty rich, yeah.
So
Where-
clearing
Playing
out
brain
the,
drops, but thinking about his target for a second here.
HQ and Server 1 are both interesting. R&D, okay.
I think
Wants to
Bridgman knows
find out
what's
what
on the
this-
top. I believe it's like the Red Genesis.
No, 2 were drawn.
Oh, missed that part.
Indicating
Pretty sure.
via the Anansi, he's going to have to pay to draw here to
Yeah, still no
stay
MK Ultra in
alive,
the bin.
but he's got plenty of money right now.
So this does potentially mean that Camilla's going to be too poor to res the outside ice on Server 1 or HQ.
Yeah, but you don't have any MK Ultras in the bin yet. So you actually cannot like
Bridgman
interact with
has
the Anansi on
no-
server 1.
Bridgman will be accessing with no cards in hand unless he wins a side game here.
I think Bridgman is not going to access this if he doesn't win the side
Yes,
game here.
exactly. But he does. Pays one.
And even
draw his
Is he one?
cards.
then it's a bit scary because you die to a Sting, for example.
We know the Sting's in hand. We know that one Sting is
Oh.
in hand.
Does
Yeah,
hit
but there's still
a
one.
Kusanagi.
Yep, staying alive, so.
Yes. Almost
And there's
certainly would have
Damke
jacked
Ultra.
out if they. Yep.
Oh, another Ike.
Another Aki.
Not the worst that can happen, but
Spurgeon's valuing his cards in hand pretty strongly. Because he could have come next turn.
yeah, I think going it down to 2 cards in hand is a bit scary against like the PE deck that can blow you out with some combination of cards, but
Yeah. In this case, he knows that there is no reap function to be worried about or similar.
There's no Reaper function, there's no Blood in the Water.
Still a fairly expensive run. Still have to boost
Yes.
MK Ultra twice and spend a Botulus counter. And Dr. Killing costs 4 to trash.
You need to be a wizard to make that cheap.
and
Oh,
there's this
hits a
thing.
sting out of HQ.
And we knew there was one sting in HQ. We saw it in the newest draw. There's
Yeah,
also
there's
Regenesis.
Regenesis as well in there.
And Camilla just jamming something fresh into that remote.
Yeah, that would make sense if that's the Regenesis or
I think I just played their Genesis down.
It puts an ice on HQ.
We do eventually get off a pretty nice stock buyback. Which was the second one. The earlier one had gotten trash from Maw. So Camilla is out of like big bursty con. There's one hedge fund left, and there's Prana Condensers and Rashida. And that's it as far as things that actually make money. And actually 2 Prana Condensers are gone. So there's 1 Prana Condenser, 1 hedge fund, 2 Rashidas as the only money left in Camilla's deck.
Richmond bravadoing back into the remote.
and both players actually have to play the mind game on Ike.
Alright, it was the last sting in the remote, so the Regenesis still in HQ,
Still in
it
hand.
seems.
Richmond also does have Hippo down, so if we can Hippo this Anansi,
I think that's what's happening now.
Yep, looks like, yep. Hippo eats the spider.
I'm not sure how filling that is, honestly. Hippos are,
It's a pretty large spider though.
and a pretty cheap hippo, to be honest.
Stargate seeing 2 House of Knives and an Nike.
So there's going to be 2 agendas in HQ next turn.
Trashes one of the House of Knives.
And Poemo probably eats the MK Ultra, yeah. Just to save a credit on next turn.
Being a paladin's a hungry job.
All right. Well, we now have a agenda in archives. Unfortunately, it's not face down, so there's no potential for Genesis value.
I don't think you need any extra red Genesis value right now.
But the skateboard tricks.
I think Camilla probably favors the winning more than doing school tricks.
Everyone in the top 3 already has the CBI invite. She can afford a little bit of skateboardery.
So, I mean, I think just installing Regenesis in server 1 is good regardless.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're just
Bridgman's
winning.
down on only 2 credits. The Botulus will be able to fully break Anansi this turn.
I think one of the only winning lines I see is running R&D with Stargate and hoping that you hit an Opo kata and then just drawing up.
Drawing up with deuces and gaining some money.
And there
I mean-
still are like 2 Obos left in the R&D, so it's not completely unreasonable.
I mean, Stargate R&D, kill an Obo and run archives.
Yeah, you're not just getting into server 1 is not realistic at this point, I think. Yep,
Yep,
start
and
the
he does
Stargate
pull
run.
the trigger.
And do we see the Obo here?
And especially if we can just keep winning these side games, Bridgman has so many cards to steal Obo with. Aw. Whiff on the side game.
Oh no,
Does
no Obo.
not see an oboe. Warroid, Thimblerig, Hedge Fund off the top.
I think you might still run archives and hope that you have mod the Obo at some point, or
I'll have to be.
it's probably pretty unlikely, but I don't think you have any other options here.
Trashes the Thimblerig.
You have to run back on R&D for another Maul Trigger, win the side game, and then run archives. So we haven't had a Maul Trigger this turn, have we? No.
I don't
No,
think
we
you can
haven't.
run. No, yeah, you could, but you just need to win the side game, yeah.
You have to win the side game.
Yeah, not to be able to steal the Obo. Actually, I think you have to draw and then run archives because you don't win off the Obo, so the Obo actually does the 5 damage.
Right, and you've got 5 cards in hand. You can take the 5, and then you win off the House of Knives.
Oh yeah, you're correct. Long day of watching the game is not doing good on my brain.
Oh, he is going back. Possibly looking for that. More trigger. Gonna play a side game. And now it's time to play the side
Oh.
game.
Lose
Oh,
the
he
side
loses
game.
it.
And I think you have to go back to check on archives just to know.
Just to know.
By that win, so I think you need to be doing econ things to maximize your chance of winning. Like you're very probably dead here, but it's about playing for next
True,
turn if
true.
they put a
Mm.
killing in or something.
Right. It was in fact a House of Knives, not the Regenesis.
I thought the
No
Regenesis was
mammoths
more
today.
stylish, but I think House of Knives is righter, I guess.
Yeah, congrats to our semi-final winner, Camilla, who will now play against Tuno.
Bridgman is
see
also
Bridgman-
wondering. No, just Red Genesis.
There was one in hand, apparently.
Bridgman was playing to that out, and
Yeah, that was the correct line to take, but you just
Missed,
needed
but-
a couple of things to get over. I think the game was going really harshly after Camilla got to 6 points. After that, you have to check everything and keep running
Yes.
through the Anansi, just taxing you out so badly.
Yes, that Moore really bit him in the ass, didn't it?
Yeah, and
Aha.
the Maul and Oboe for the Regina score was a little high value. Let's go with high value.
Well,
Yeah, I think-
congratulations
It looks like
to Camilla on a great win there. Good job to Bridgman. A well fought game. Despite some pretty strenuous circumstances, held in there pretty well. Looks like we're taking just a quick couple minute break, perhaps.
looks like we're going to see the PE deck again in the final. The grand final, the sides have been randomized, and Camilla will be playing Corp again.
Does anybody remember what deck Tuno was playing? It was the Hoshiko deck with Miss Bones and Misdirection,
Yes,
right?
it was.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was
It was like the one specifically tagged against Bridgman's Bridgman's list.
All right. Well, we got 5 minutes. You know what? Let's take a second here, and I'm just gonna, if I can bring up some quick icons of the casting team here. Hello, this is us. This is all four of us. Since we're rounding up on the end, coming up to finals here, Aksu, thanks very much for joining us. Do you have anything you'd like to plug?
I just have my YouTube channel that I'm posting kind of regular content on. It's like analytical stuff, and I've been trying to get more consistent on doing it. Also, I'm doing a stream tomorrow on analyzing like games that people send me from this AMT. Typically, I do the analysis game of my own games, but with not playing this time, I think it's good time to watch other people's games.
Very cool. What is your what's your handle on YouTube?
Just Aksu. I think there's a couple of links in GLC.
All right. Well,
It's easy enough to find me.
yeah, anybody interested in that, go ahead and search him up right now. Go ahead and give him a follow, and yeah, check out some replay reviews. Mr. Six, thank you for joining us. Do you have anything you'd like to plug?
Thanks for having me on, but not really myself. I mean, sometimes you can find me lurking around GLC, but other than that, do not perceive me. I was never here.
Absolutely. No, I will not be perceived. None of that. Do not see. Very cool. And last, Thrantar, thank you for joining us. What do you have anything that you'd like to plug?
Thank you for having me. I don't really have anything of my own to plug, so I'll take this second to plug the US Nats in Philadelphia in 2 weekends' time. I'll be there. Some of you should be there also. It'll be great.
I might be there if I get off of my ass and buy some train tickets. We'll see. I guess it'd be bus tickets, huh?
I'm taking the train. Trains are great.
I'm in Ohio, which apparently in the last like couple years has like severed all ties with the megabus. In addition to like Indiana and West Virginia, I don't know what happened, but looks like I'll be taking Greyhound, maybe.
So I know that there's a train line that runs across like southern Pennsylvania through like Pittsburgh, depending on where in Ohio you are.
Several hours away from Pittsburgh, that's where. But yeah.
Oh yeah, it runs through Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's
Yeah. Well, anyway, let's get to it. The final game is starting, so let's pull back the screen, which you'd think I would know where it is by now. Oh, that'd be why. Hubba.
Having a quick look at Tuno's list compared to Bridgman's last game, both
We've got
Hoshiko.
a Bravado for a full set of pinhole threadings.
Yeah, and
There's lots of
also having 3
similarities.
liberated accounts as well as more econ options. And
We've also lost the Deuces Wild.
Yeah, Deuces
and are
Wild for
running
3 pinholes, misdirection,
Misdirection,
and
Misbones.
misbones as the influence spend. Those pinhole threadings are probably going to be significant in this matchup.
Yeah, there's a lot of assets to deconstruct here, and there aren't any Warlord trackers, for instance, to really make going in and deconstructing Keeling complicated. You can just sort of find an empty server and poke Keeling whenever you feel like. Or the Prana Condenser, which is also sometimes a must-trash asset.
We'll
Looks
see
like
if
Camilla
Tuno
is
can-
getting an error real quick that ostensibly is telling her that she has already played the game and is viewing a replay of it.
That's an interesting one.
I
think
know
that
how this
happens when
ends.
you look at the replay and then close it and try joining another game. That sometimes happens then.
The classic foresight strat. Unbeatable. Simply know what the opponent will do by having already done it.
Yes, I'm sure Camilla's feeling a sense of deja vu right now.
So
Seeing
all
the
I'm
whole
saying
sheet on
is,
the other side. And
if you're watching a replay of your loss, the fact that you know what's coming doesn't help at all. And likewise for a replay of your win.
Well, you can prepare yourself for the emotional devastation.
Okay,
It won't
okay.
help, but you can, pretend it will. Anyway, we're getting off to a start here with install. But one of these is not in a route. Hang on.
Runs, finds that Prana Condenser.
And goes
Ace.
broke.
Phase 4, trashing it.
And it is already down to 1 credit. We've got this House of Knives stolen too.
at least Hoshiko allows them to bounce back to 5 credits.
So
Finding those
asking a lot
Prana
with-
condensers early might be an important factor. They're a big part of Camilla's economy.
Yeah, as Camilla, with one thing being trashed there or stolen, I think I'm like reasonably happy. With both being hid, this is looking a little stranger, I think. Now we're just taking 3x basic action. Card credit credit.
DreamNet on the board, coming in, checking HQ, finding a Rashida,
Getting the
another
card and the
important
credit.
piece of economy.
That digital ID coming in with the value. And we'll just start picking up this Spotulus.
This is looking very familiar. We see an Anansi res there, then
Mhm.
basically be the same setup as last game.
Maybe we were on to something with that replay thing.
Yeah, exactly. Though the ice didn't get rezzed, so there's a decent chance it could be an Anansi.
So this PE list is not running that many ice. There's 11 ice. There's 6 big ice, 7 if, well, Tithonium's big ice, I guess. There's 7 big ice and 4 small ice. So there are 7 3-sub things that couldn't have been rezzed on, what, 6 credits, 7 credits, 5 credits.
Yeah, I think it probably could have only been
Camilla.
like an Icon or a Thimblerig in that situation, but
Camilla taking a moment to think about the play here. No time limit in grand finals, so they're free to take as much time as they like, as long as they don't keep all of us up too late.
I gotta
Overwriting the ice.
4 in the
with a
morning for
new
this
server.
stream. I'm not up late yet at all.
I started this stream at 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Access is
Okay, yeah, I
appealing
got up
from
at like
HQ,
3:30.
but can't trash it.
Oh, you say, yeah. I just didn't go to bed. Good luck to the fastest player
Adam.
here.
Moshing coming down. Getting rid of anything good?
A Moor, a Bravado, and a Hippo being thrown out to moshing.
Those are
you might just
not
like. I think
critical
that is that
cards.
you are looking for some key piece in your deck, kind of moshing.
Yeah, those are not like key cards in the matchup, but I'd certainly there are other cards that I'd rather discard.
A raw Prana Condenser to turn this hybrid release into some more money.
I mean, it's
Effectively
just
making
better
one
sports,
credit
right?
off of scoring.
That is
Like,
actually like
score-
a
And,
really good line,
and using the hybrid trigger to protect the Prana. Very nice.
like an insanely good line, I think.
Sees the killing again, still can't trash her.
I mean, with the Prana Condenser down, like PE is just better sports. Scored agenda, get 3 credits. And also threaten to murder them.
Also, like getting rid of this Prana condenser now is going to be really hard. I think finding missed bones or something could make it a bit easier, but still going to cost.
There's still 3 pinholes left. We haven't seen any of the pinholes yet.
Yeah, pinhole probably would help, but then you're still on 5 credits, and Prana is going to cost you 4 to trash.
Mhm.
And that looks like an defensive upgrades like Warroad Tracker.
Warroad Tracker.
Using Bravado to come in and check server 3, finding a Regenesis.
Just like sports. Deal a 1-point agenda, give the court money to keep pushing their game plan.
We have sports metal at home.
Yeah, I don't think Tuno is still complaining about finding that agenda there. With getting all the value from DreamNet and Bravado and
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
There's now some options here.
just putting
Just
that
econing
down.
up.
Yeah, makes sense. Just forcing the runner to have a proactive game plan in this situation. And trying to find one of the stargates, one of the two stargates at some point, and going R&D with those and trying to close out the game.
So I think what this deck really needs is for NSG to print some red negative points. Give me my red Nightmare Archives.
Hangeki 2.0.
No.
Just straight up no.
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah,
Yes, I
same.
mean if you can do the Hangeki combo of you're taking a negative point either way without spending any influence.
Yeah, it's just a bit harder on PE because you need to get stuff to count as a trap. So it's basically, I think, limited only to shell game decks. And installing on server 3, just trying to force the runner to do something about the situation on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And here it's probably going to be really tough on running server 3 before clearing out server 4. But that might be
We see
helping.
our first pinhole. Pressing a Warroid that's protecting the Prana.
And we are trashing only the Prana. Yes, because it's pinhole.
Paying 3 to keep its board state intact.
That Hoshiko value coming in here, saving entire credit.
Absolutely.
It's the DreamNet mostly.
Yes, the Dream Meta is also doing some work.
It's a little more than one credit.
With that, I think he was saying the extra link on Hoshiko saving
Yes.
a credit on the trace.
Yes.
Yeah. My apologies.
And accessing the
It's
same
killing.
killing like fourth time in a row.
So how many killings do we think are in HQ?
Maybe
None.
Well,
a
none
couple.
anymore.
Oh, there's a second killing.
Because there's one on the board.
Just forcing the runner to interact with the server 4 with Warrior Dragon and everything, like
This
continuously.
did offer a free discard on the paperclip, which does save us something in the future, maybe.
Yeah, if Camilo finds the one of Titanium at some point.
Yeah,
No
the Titanium is just
breakers
in there to
showing for
force. Yeah, it's just the online barrier. Okay.
pinhole number 2 coming out. Importantly, there's no DJ Fenris in this runner deck, so there will be no recursion on these pinholes. If Camilla can present enough threats. One killing has been trashed from HQ already, so only one left in the deck.
Let's go spin back in the killings. I think there's maybe a world where actually the money's really tight on that.
And just putting another threat into server 4.
Trying to figure out whether there was a world where you checked server 5 first to force a spin before you go trash the killing. So they can't spin 2 killings in, but the money's just so tight on that, and they can pay into the Warrides.
Picks a Sting up off the board.
So this does make me think that this is not a Prana Condenser in server 4, because it is in fact a Rashida.
I'm just starting to wonder what's on server 3. It has been sitting there just whole like 5 turns almost.
So I think it could be a Regenesis.
That could be.
Juno putting down a Miss Bones. Is it looking to start running the table? Or a Kusanagi on the board? But
Trashes the
looks like
Stargate
there
to
was
the net
still
damage.
Oh, the Stargate
Looks like there
trash
was-
is huge there.
Looks like there was still no Prana Condenser on the board though, or we haven't seen one rezzed, which you would expect.
So the other thing that server 3 could be is potentially the virus.
That could be like forcing the runner to run to the ice and then just pressing the Malvarus on the same time. Maybe to eat the botules, or if the runner gets like fermenters going or something like that. But here, the runner doesn't have anything like MK Ultra yet, so like running here is a bit scary, I think.
Trashing a Rashida out of HQ, and there was another killing in the remote. And it looks like you may have been correct. It was a House of Knives sitting on the board.
Yeah, if Camilla can present another Prana Condenser with House of Knives, that could be really huge on the econ front.
There's our
And the
last
third
pinhole.
pinhole. Yeah. Now you have to deal with the server 4 like regularly. Can't just use these cheap cards to clear out the remote constantly. Well, cheap and cheap, you're still paying out the Warroid tax every time.
Yes, 8 in total to trash the killing.
We do have them all coming down, so hopefully
Two new
have some more
cards in the
discards
2
going.
remote servers.
With them all coming down, I wouldn't be surprised if Tuno starts checking like HQ more, with there just being one Aiki on the HQ.
You can also just come in and look at the war. It doesn't do anything if you don't bother it.
I'm still scared of the server 4 eyes because it might be an Anansi. Or no, I'm not that scared with damn cool trying to bean.
Yeah, the empty altar's in the bin,
force
and the corpus down to
the
8 credits.
raindrops onto server 4.
If we see the
Forcing
Nazi
a
res
res here
here,
would be a lot of
and
money.
R&D's
unless
open,
there's a
then server 3 is open.
Rana to Anansi might be here.
Uh,
ODNA track.
DNA
really.
tracker.
Prana using a House of Knives counter to get 3 credits.
Yeah, that
Resing the DNA tracker.
combo with pressing Prana and then hitting the House of Knives is
Mhm.
quite a nice one. Yeah, has to pay all 9 credits just to get through here.
Yep, breaking all of the subroutines. Doesn't have
Yeah.
enough to trash Prana now.
With the
They've got a Miss Bones.
Miss Bones.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, Miss Bones doing work, basically plus 10 credits in a card.
It's still going to wipe out a decent portion of the board here.
Yeah, both players are turning extremely poor after this. So it's a bit about who can stabilize faster.
Warroad tracker successfully firing.
Yeah, but there's a spare botchless, and we can always get the Black Orchestra back later with Paladin.
Checking
We don't need the
server 3
botchless
last
because
click. Only
there's
1
no money.
credit. Only threatening a Nike.
Hybrid release. Okay. I was half
And-
right. It was an agenda with a score effect. I was wrong which one it was.
Yeah, and going up to 4 points, which means it's again up down to the finding oboe.
Oboe.
Yeah, which kind of many PE games feels like they come down just to trying to hunt for the oboe at some point.
Or hunt for
The hunt for red Obakata is that anything?
Yes, yes, yes. I love it.
Yeah, I agree. The overinstall of Maul with second Maul was
Dubious
and
at best.
just an Ike.
yes. Yeah, I agree that a lot of Shincheki games in general are either find the oboe or find the 5/3 that isn't oboe. If you're playing against, Ag.
Oh, and stock buyback getting found out on the Stargate is huge. No plus million credits for you.
5/15, yeah, that would be so many credits. Like that's basically 2 Anansi's by itself. It's 2 DNA trackers. It's like a Tithonium and a thing.
Yoshiko flipping back to her front side. Over installing the card in server 4. There was a keeling on the top, so this could be the keeling.
Healing here is quite interesting because Camilla doesn't have huge amounts of credits just to rest the healing. Like you can rest the healing and the runner is just hammering R&D with Stargate every turn. So you don't have too much time, I believe.
Checking archives, finding House of Knives.
Trying to stop any hybrid release potential also.
Yeah, and probably just making sure that there's no regenesis.
There's no Regenesis, there's no hybrid release. If this is Prana Condenser, how many Prana Condensers are out?
All
no,
three
it's
are
like
out
all of them.
all three.
currently.
I think it's actually pretty big because, like, you could just run R&D and take 2 net damage if you want. Whereas you absolutely can't do that if Server 4 is potentially a live Prana Condenser.
Yeah, the only economy left looks like 1 hedge fund, 1 stock buyback.
Yeah, all their trees are out, 1 hedge fund, 1 stock buyback.
Yeah, just getting
Yeah.
the Stargate value here.
And 2 spins if you want to spin back in stock buybacks or hedge funds or something.
We'll seize the
One
other stock
other.
buyback.
Let me just track the stock buyback here. Keep the corp
Yeah.
broke and keep going in on R&D.
And looks like it was a killing. Maybe just trying to force the runner to
Patching
deal
out
with
that
it.
fermenter. Tuno, very matter of fact.
Listen, how many counters were on the fermenter?
I think it was 3.
Yeah.
But Runner being on solo credits and there's being a threat that you have to
And the
deal
threat
with.
that's killing, yeah. So we have 3 credits on Paladin, but there's not a like fast way to get them off. Unless there's
Yes,
another.
all the liberateds are out.
I think all the liberators are gone. Yeah, all the liberators are gone. The fastest is like casts, which is
Just installing the hippo to clear
So
off
I think-
those paladin credits and taking some money.
So what do you think the plan for the hippo is? Are we looking to just make R&D even cheaper? Are we going to try and go in and actually kill the killing, or are we just trying to race it?
I would probably be down on like the R&D line because you don't have enough credits to deal with like server 4 and the DNA tracker there also is already like hugely taxing, so
I think I agree. Tuno's deck might be starting to run out of gas a little bit.
there are only like 12 cards left, so
There's respect for credits. If you install any ice, you can't afford to res anything.
A classic
Um,
PE turn. Yeah, Tuno going in on the Stargate plan. Hippo's the
play the
Ike.
Ike.
going down to 0 credits.
This is not what you want to see on top, though.
Yeah, so a thimble rig, a DNA tracker, and an Ike trashing the thimble rig. Reasonable. The DNA tracker likely isn't getting rezzed anytime soon.
Yeah, and then
Then
getting
comes
more
back
trigger
in
as
for
well.
a more trigger.
I would not be surprised on line Camilla playing lines like draw and install the Ike on
Draw
R&D,
install Ike on R&D. That's what I'm
Yeah.
seeing.
and then just click for a credit or something like that.
Yeah. Installs without drawing.
What ice could this be here? There might have been another Ike in hand.
Tell you what, Tithonian.
Oh, that would
Forfeit,
be huge.
hybrid.
Looks like it may have just been the DNA tracker as a bluff. Sees the Aiki killing Kusanagi, trashing the Aiki.
So now probably taking a more trigger as well, with knowing that the corp cannot trash res R&D.
The corp chose not to res R&D at that point, but I agree it's safe to assume that they can't.
Yeah, with you seeing the DNA tracker of the top, so. Also, I think this killing is getting dangerously close of actually
Yes.
murking the runner, so.
Which I think is part of why we popped the fermenter.
It is running back for the more trigger. Putting down a fermenter to keep Paladin off its back.
Yeah. So if this server 4 ice is actually something that costs quite a few credits, this might be a bit dangerous situation.
Yes, there is still a Miss Bones in the deck. And one sure gamble from the looks of it.
Seeing 2 Ikes, a thimble rig in the bin. That's probably a DNA tracker on R&D.
Mm. There are still like oboes stuck somewhere and agendas probably in the archives and HQ, so.
There's an Ike there. Yeah, so there's 3 ice in the bin, and there's 6 ice in play, so that's 9 of the 11 ice in this list.
Mm. Actually, stealing oboe might be really challenging here as well, because
Yeah, it's on 2
there's,
cards.
yeah, and there's still an House of Knives trigger, so,
Yes.
or counter. So I think it has to deal with the killing on server 4 this turn, or the game will be over.
All ones, you don't die to House of Knives and run.
There are no 2 points agendas in the deck, right? Looking at the list,
Yeah,
there's none.
there are no 2-point
There are
agendas.
not.
Yeah, so you cannot get lucky of 1 blood into water or anything like that. Oh, Anansi.
Installs it for free.
And Hope
Does
finds the oboe.
find the oboe,
That's
but
game, right?
oh,
Not
there's a
enough
steel
cards
skin.
and oh,
There is now with a steel skin.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, the House of Knives.
House of Knives.
Hot damn. Good game.
Yeah, that was
Very nice.
getting really close at the end.
Yes, that was a real nail biter at the end there.
Yeah, wow. 5 counters on that Dr. Keeling. That's that's kind of stressful. It
Pressing the Anansi the last turn, so the runner really doesn't have a chance getting back to server 4 anymore.
And I reckon, yeah, I think that was the last steel skin in the list. So it did well to hold on to it, that crucial moment.
wow. Just a really good game to close it out there. I like it seems weird to just be like at 2 points, but with that killing as far as you got, like, it was right down there. It was right to the wire. That was a good final game. Well played to both of y'all. Congrats, you already had the CBI invites, but like, thanks for entertaining us peons. We appreciate it. Yeah. I think that's about it. I'm trying to think. East Coast. You said Philly 2 weeks from today, correct?
Have to double check whether it's on Saturday or Sunday. I would say it's Saturday, the 29th, is East Coast US Nats.
Mm-hmm. I believe that's the case.
Yep, and a reminder, you can check out nullsignal.games to find out information on the upcoming World Championship, both ticketing and if you'd like to help volunteer to run the event. All the details are on the Null Signal Games website.
All right. Keep an eye out as well for Run Together 2023 fundraiser going live soon. No ETA on that, but keep your eyes peeled. Again, support a great cause for a great event. Come to Worlds. Worlds slaps. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed now.
I would. I do have a plug from earlier. My plug is give me APAC Worlds. It's very expensive to get to Spain from Australia.
Yeah, we'll all have to suffer and come to the down under at some point.
Yeah, you'll all have to. We've got real life Anansis down here.
Yeah, no, I'm
fighting them off to get to the venue.
Yeah, that's
I
not
hear
a
you.
good selling speech.
But have you considered it's very expensive to get to Australia from space?
Well, turnabout is fair play.
All right. It's time for me to go to bed. Probably not the only one here, but we're going to sign off here. Any last remarks or?
I hope people join the stream tomorrow at like 12 past. At 12, 2+ hours on British time, so somewhere around there. I'll post a link on GLC as well.
Sounds good.
Very good.
Everyone, go hit up Aksu on YouTube there, and yeah, we will see you maybe next month. But the next time, well, apart from East Coast champs, the next time we have an AMT, things are gonna look a little bit different. Hope to see y'all there. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining me, and thanks for letting us stream Null Signal. Our judges, Larea, who I promised I would say first, Princess Space Kitten, who judged and basically ran the whole event, Encore, who the whole three of them judged and ran the whole event. Okay, that's it. Have a good night. Bye.
Bye.
Farewell.